Go. Yes, go. Go.
Esteemed Excellencies, honorable guests and respected participants, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. We welcome you all to the United Nations Police Day being held today on the 3rd of November at National Police Academy, Islamabad. For today, I, ASP Sharbanu Naqvi, and
Denis Tikhomirov, the training focal point in the United Nations Police Division, New York. We will be conducting this ceremony together, and we hope that you will have an informative Unpoll Day.
The program of the event is divided into 3 parts: welcome addresses, group discussions, and an open question and answers session with lunch and coffee breaks in between. Dear participants, we request you all to kindly stand up for the national anthem of Pakistan, followed by the recitation from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد.
The United Nations Police Day 2024.
From all ranks and files, we welcome you to the heart of the country, the city of Islamabad. We welcome you all to Pakistan.
The Unpoll Day is run within the framework of the annual International Association of the Peacekeeping Training Centers Conference.
Today, on the UN Police Day, in addition to the UN training initiatives, we would also be highlighting the innumerable contributions of Pakistan Police in UN peacekeeping missions.
Let us please start the day by watching a brief video which introduces the work of the United Nations Police.
It is requested to please play the video which sheds light on the UN Police. Now we move towards the main part of the event, where the floor would be open for dignitaries from across the world.
Pakistan is known for its strong support to the United Nations peacekeeping, and we are very grateful for the host country for running today's event.
On this note, we request the Interior Secretary from the Ministry of Interior, Captain Retired Mohammad Khurram Agha, to please come forward for the welcome address.
Respected sir, the floor is yours.
Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to everyone. Honorable Under Secretary General Laqwa, Ambassador Munir Akram, esteemed UN officials, delegates, police officers, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 28th United Nations Police Day being held in Pakistan. It is indeed an honor and a privilege for us that this is the first time that this event is being held in our country, and we are really grateful to the United Nations, to the Under Secretary General, and everyone for imposing confidence in our country for hosting such an event. Thank you so much. We gather here to honor the services and sacrifices of UN police officials, officers worldwide, of upholding peace, justice, and rule of law while protecting the vulnerable population, post-conflict recovery, and enhance local law enforcement wherever they are deployed. Most of you must be aware that Pakistan joined UN peacekeeping efforts in the year 1960, long 64 years of relationship that we have. We have about the 5th largest contingent currently in the UN peacekeeping forces, with about more than 3,000 military personnel, 500 female officers, officials, and about 35 police officials. We've rendered about 181 supreme sacrifices during the course of our deployment in the United Nations. Since 1960, there have been more than 230,000 military personnel deployed there. I recall the unit that I'm from, which is the 19 Lancers Regiment originally, when I was in the Army. My unit was deployed in Mogadishu in the year 1993. When the Operation Black Hawk Down took place. It was my unit which worked with the Americans and the entire rescue effort. I was personally not present at that time because I was posted elsewhere, but I recall that the sacrifices of my unit and their conduct was really appreciated and is still remembered to date. Our current deployment is in Congo, the Democratic Republic, South Sudan, Central African Republic, and Western Sahara, where we are rendering our services efficiently and diligently. Recently, as I've heard, about 126 police officers have been cleared for any upcoming UN deployment. I would request that as many of these officers who have been cleared should be deployed so that our police presence in the UN peacekeeping efforts can be increased over time. There have been times earlier where our police deployment had become totally insignificant or non-existing, but now the present government's policy is very clear, and we want maximum presence of our police officers who are amongst the best in the world, I assure you. I've had the pleasure of working with them at all levels in the districts, and I can vouch for any one of them to be one of the finest in the world. We have complex global challenges, which include terrorism, cybercrime, human trafficking, and climate-induced displacement of people. In Pakistan, we are committed to modernizing our police force under the Ministry of Interior with a particular focus on gender-responsive policing, community engagement, and digital transformation. Once again, I pay tribute to the courage and the dedication of the police officers worldwide, where they render selfless sacrifices throughout the year. And we hereby, as a country, strengthen our resolve and join you in a collective commitment to a peaceful and a secure world. Thank you.
Respected sir, we thank you for the valid remarks and valuable words.
We would now like to have the United Nations Police Commissioner, the leader of the United Nations Police, Mr. Faisal Shakar, on the stage for key remarks.
Mr. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Interior, Mr. Khurram Agha, Under Secretary General for Peacekeeping, Mr. Lacroix, Under Secretary General Christian Saunders, our Ambassador PR of Pakistan to United Nations, Mr. Munir Akram, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today to take stock of our continued collective efforts in support of United Nations policing through the United Nations Police Training Architecture. For me, it's indeed a more privilege and honor to have this year United Nations Police Day in Pakistan, which is also my home country. First, let me express my sincere gratitude to the government of Pakistan and particularly to the Ministry of Interior for organizing this UN Police Day. Pakistan has been a long-standing and significant contributor to United Nations peacekeeping, and we very much value our close cooperation with Pakistan on police-related matters. My deep appreciation also goes to the Secretariat of the International Association of Peacekeeping Training Centers, IAPTC, and the organizers of this year's conference. Their support, we have been able to recognize this UN Police Day within the framework of IAPTC conference. This is, in the recent years, the fourth consecutive time, as we did this day in Peru in 2019, Bangladesh 2022, and last year it was in Kenya. Needless to say, without steadfast dedication and support of member states, there would have been no expectation for any sustained improvement in peacekeeper performance. With this in mind, allow me to extend my particular gratitude to the representative of the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs of United States of America, INL, who share our commitment to improving police effectiveness through training worldwide and support for the implementation of our training architecture globally. We also greatly appreciate all member states who have provided us with their expertise to develop and deliver the standardized training materials for United Nations Police. For United Nations Police, to maximize our operational impact, it is critical that all of us officers are empowered with shared vision, mindset, and skill set. We source police officers for more than 90 countries at the moment. This figure keeps on changing depending on the contribution. Now, ensuring coherence among our personnel and our approaches to fundamental, especially given the diversity of our organization and the increasing complex mandates and tasks given the United Nations Police has to face. As you are already aware, the Strategic Guidance Framework for International Policing, which we call SGF, was developed to address these concerns. The SGF helps to ensure consistent United Nations support to host states. Since its introduction, the SGF has successfully helped to translate policing lessons identified into policing lessons learned. The early success that we have seen with the rollout of the SGF has evolved considerably over time. Together with the DPO, which is Department of Peace Operations Integrated Training Service, ITS, the SGF has been effectively operationalized through our development of UN Police Training Architecture program that started in April 2019. This program is notable for the early and enthusiastic support of the member states. 6 curriculum development groups, each co-chaired by 2 member states and facilitated by UN experts, have held so far 11 in-person workshops between June 2019 and then the workshops initial ended in February 20. This work continued throughout the COVID pandemic, with more than 60 virtual group consultations taking place. 45 member states participated in this process, together with the experts from UN agencies, funds, and programs, and international regional organizations. In sum, more than 100 professionals work together in developing what truly is United Nations training material now. Starting from June 22, we have delivered a total of 16 certified instructors development courses for the benefit of more than 320 police peacekeeping trainers from 64 countries worldwide. There's another course being conducted at the moment as we speak in Vietnam, and we hope to bring on board more emerging police contributing countries, which is now next is Cambodia. In accordance with our core values and principles, all United Nations member states were and continue to be invited to join this program. I already mentioned their active engagement in the curriculum development process. Another example of our joint effort was the workshop we organized in November 2023 in New York with the participation of 50 experts from 25 countries, which aimed to brainstorm and develop together a detailed implementation plan for the training architecture program, which I will discuss a little bit in detail in coming few minutes. I'm proud to note that the development of online training resources during the last few years, in line with the Secretary General's strategy on new technologies as well as the action for peacekeeping plus priority of advancing innovative, data-driven, and tech-enabled peacekeeping, we developed an online course focusing on the fundamentals of the strategic guidance framework of policing. This course, which was added to the newly created UN Police Assessment Portal, has become mandatory for police personnel deployed to the field. Most recently, we introduced 2 more online courses on monitoring, mentoring, and advising, as well as police capacity building and development. These investments in United Nations training will help to inform our review of police recruitment. With support from member states, we will align police recruitment procedures with the training architecture, helping to further increase the number of women police officers available for deployment. Indeed, we remain committed to ensuring that the United Nations Police is gender balanced and continues to be represented by communities we serve. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to outline the progress to date that we have made, all in strengthening institutional and individual police performance and mandate delivery. I hope we can continue to count on your strong support for the further rollout of this job-specific police training materials in 2025 and beyond, including we have started also in French language. Now, let me say a few words about our plans in this regard. As an outcome of November 2023 implementation workshop, I mentioned it was agreed to conduct an independent study to identify whether the program is meeting its objectives, operationalizing the SGF, and providing the knowledge, skills, and abilities that are required. We developed terms of reference for such a study, and we hope that our strong partner, UNITAR, will conduct in its coming months a study. In line with the recommendations of this study, we will present the detailed implementation plan to member states so that in 2025 we can start the training for the so-called end users, that is the police candidates for peacekeeping operations, utilizing our existing pool of trainers. Meanwhile, we plan to complete this initial certification process by organizing 2 courses in early 2025, one in Romania, which will be in French, and Egypt in English. The formal invitations will be sent out shortly. I look forward to our continued collective endeavors and thank you in advance for your collaboration in all the spheres of training of UN police. Thank you so much.
Mr. Commissioner, we are grateful for your valid observations and ideas.
We would now like to invite the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Peace Operations, Mr. Jean-Pierre Lacroix, on the stage for his welcome address.
Sir, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Secretary of the Minister of Interior, Mr. Khurram-Agha, Excellency Ambassador Munia Akram, my dear colleagues from the United Nations and the Secretary General Christian Saunders, my dear colleague Police Commissioner Faisal Shaka, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me here. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be hosted in this National Police Academy of Pakistan, and I immediately seized that opportunity to thank Pakistan for the outstanding support to the United Nations in general and particularly to UN peacekeeping. We're extremely grateful to the Pakistani authorities, to the men and women from Pakistan police and the military for the support, for the service, and really for the commitment. And we look forward to not only continuing that cooperation, but going forward. And of course, it's really a honor to be here today on the occasion of the United Nations Police Day. And I use this opportunity to again express our gratitude to UN police service women and men, and of course certainly those Pakistani police officers who are serving with us, and thank you again for all what you're doing for the purpose of serving peace and in this very difficult and challenged world. Now, last month, the Department of Peace Operation, thanks to the initiative of Police Advisor Shaka, organized the first joint conference of the heads of our police and military components in the field to strengthen integration and operability between those two uniform components. And during this discussion, the need for greater engagement with peacekeeping training centers to ensure the training our peacekeepers receive came up frequently. As the UN's needs continue to evolve, so too must the skills and competencies of our women and men in uniform. As you all know, the operating landscape for UN peacekeeping has grown far more complex. Armed conflicts have become increasingly protracted and borderless. We are confronting more violence in urban areas and dense settings with organized criminal and terrorist groups blending into and fighting among civilian population. And of course, these challenges call for more police type of response, including in UN peacekeeping environment. Armed groups are increasingly using sophisticated weaponry, including in cyberspace, and some of it powered by artificial intelligence. The impact of climate change and deepening socio-economic inequality are exacerbating conflict outbreaks and dynamics. And we are more exposed than ever to disinformation, misinformation, and hate speech as weapons of war. So all these developments have raised the threat level for our peacekeepers. The ones tasked to keep the peace are now increasingly finding themselves as targets, And I guess you would have all seen the situation in which our peacekeepers in UNIFIL currently find themselves. I think it's really an eloquent example of the kind of challenges that our peacekeepers can be confronted with. This new reality requires new approaches to our work that emphasize intelligence-led responses, enhance situational awareness, and the right capabilities and mindsets. Last December, we witnessed the landmark endorsement of the UN Secretary General's Pact for the Future and its agreed actions on international peace and security, innovation, digital transformation, and other areas towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal, as well as the Global Digital Compact. Coupled with the new Agenda for Peace, Action for Peacekeeping, and its implementation strategy known as A4P+, the Pact for the Future requires all of us, the UN, our member states, our key financial and police contributors, and our partners such as the International Association of Peacekeeping Training Center, to come together to determine how to best seize future opportunities and respond to future challenges. These frameworks provide a blueprint and marching orders for our daily work and strategic priorities going forward. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to this end, the United Nations Police must continue to evolve to be better equipped and better enabled. They must be proactively oriented to prevent and preempt rather than react. They must improve their understanding of the specific mandate and context of the mission. Greater situational awareness will help police contributing countries too, because they will fully understand the environments in which police officers deploy and, as a result, be able to better prepare their officers accordingly. This will no doubt require the further professionalization of the United Nations Police towards more digitalization, more innovation, and better foresight. The competencies the Secretary General has called on the entire UN family to embrace. Data now permeates the work of all teams across the UN, and UN police must continue to better collect and use data for their operations, decision-making, organizational learning, planning, and mandate implementation. Underpinning all these efforts is training, to ensure that all UN peacekeeping personnel have a mutual understanding of UN peace operations and can function in an integrated manner once deployed. The same principles and standards should apply to both pre-deployment training delivered by our member states and to training provided by the UN upon deployment and while in the mission area. The UN Police Training Architecture Program was created to improve existing UN police training materials and to develop new curricula in accordance with the UN's Global Police Doctrine, the Strategic Guidance Framework for International Policing, and so on and so forth. IAPTC and its members have been critical supporters and enablers of this initiative. With the establishment of the United Nations Interagency Task Force on Policing, which is co-chaired by the Department of Peace Operations and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, we also see more opportunities for synergy within the wider United Nations system. So, Excellencies and dear colleagues, I am convinced that peacekeeping will remain one of the international community's most valuable instruments in its toolbox for the purpose of addressing crisis. One of the comparative advantages of UNPOL is its ability to generate and deploy uniformed personnel quickly with the necessary training, skills, capabilities, and mindset to perform as necessary. Our responsibility at this conference and going forward is to see how we can better harness this asset most effectively. Earlier this year, the United Nations Police organized the 4th United Nations Chiefs of Police Summit, UNCOPS, in New York, which resulted in notable support for UN policing and commitments of personnel, equipment, training, and other resources. Looking to the next UN Peacekeeping Ministerial Level meeting, which will take place in May 2025 in Berlin, Germany, I hope you and your training centers will consider further recommitting to UN peacekeeping, including policing, by making concrete pledges in the areas of training, resources, and capabilities. Thank you for your attention.
Under-Secretary General, we're indebted for your strategic level observations.
We would now like to invite the permanent representative of Pakistan to the United Nations, His Excellency, Ambassador Munir Akram, to share his views and ideas.
Mr. Ambassador, the floor is yours, please.
Distinguished Secretary of Interior, Mr. Khouroumaga, and the distinguished Under-Secretary General Jean-Pierre Lacroix, distinguished Under-Secretary General Saunders, Police Commissioner Faisal Shakar, UN peacekeeping officials and police officials, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to participate in this commemoration of the United Nations Police Day. I would like to express my appreciation for the initiative of the Interior Minister and the Ministry of Interior, Under-Secretary General Lacroix and the UN Secretariat, as well as the UN Police Advisor, Faisal Shakar, to organize this meeting in this beautiful city of Islamabad. This event will no doubt contribute significantly to the evolving training needs of the UN police contingents in UN peacekeeping. Distinguished delegates and guests, the story of UN peacekeeping is incomplete without recognizing the vital contributions of UN police. Their role in maintaining law and order, promoting the rule of law, building local capacities, and fostering trust within communities is crucial to the success of peacekeeping missions. Their dedication and professionalism are essential for achieving sustainable peace and security around the world. Distinguished guests and delegates, Pakistan has been a major contributor to UN missions, and as has been already noted, we deployed 230,000 troops over the years in 46 peacekeeping missions. Our police contingents are a major component of Pakistan's peacekeeping profile. Pakistani police persons have earned respect for their professionalism and devotion to duty under the banner of UN police. Pakistani policewoman Shahzadi Gulfam was the first ever recipient of the International Female Police Keeper Award in 2011. And of course, it is an honor for Pakistan to have Mr. Faisal Shakar, one of our most experienced police officers, as the United Nations Police Advisor. Dear guests, we extend our gratitude to the United Nations for sending a team to Islamabad to conduct the selection tests for Pakistan police officers. It's encouraging that 128 officers have successfully passed these exams. We look forward to their early deployment to UN missions. Similarly, we look forward to the early deployment of the Pakistani Formed Police Unit, which is on rapid deployment level. Excellencies, dear guests, the Pact for the Future, adopted at the summit last September, as mentioned by Under-Secretary General Lacroix, has recognized the need for UN peacekeeping to adapt to the more challenging and complex environment we confront in various parts of the world, especially in Africa. The police component of UN peacekeeping will also need to undergo such adaptation and modernization. Among the challenges we face is the wider threat from terrorist groups and criminal networks, such as those operating in the Sahel and elsewhere. The role of UN peacekeepers, especially UN police, with experience in counterterrorism operations, will be particularly relevant to adequately equip UN peacekeeping capabilities. Counterterrorism training will also constitute an essential element to enhance such capabilities. Pakistan's extensive experience in counterterrorism can contribute to building the capabilities of UN peacekeepers, including UN police contingents. Likewise, as mentioned, the interplay of the physical and digital realms has created new challenges, such as cybercrimes, misinformation, and hybrid strategies employed by terrorists, criminals, and insurgents, which require adaptive strategies. UN police will play a critical role in building effective responses to these complex challenges of the digital age. Dear guests, ultimately, conflict resolution is the only way to build and sustain peace. Effective policing will also require enhanced skills in mediation of conflicts, particularly at the local level, the ability to communicate with local communities, and local development activities. These are tasks in which women peacekeepers are essential. Partnerships and collaboration will become vital in effective policing and peacekeeping. The UN Interagency Task Force on Policing can facilitate coordination and enhance operational effectiveness. Finally, like all components of peacekeeping, UN police contingents need to be provided clear, achievable, and mission-specific mandates and adequate resources by the Security Council. These are issues which will need to be factored into the discussions to adapt and develop UN peacekeeping to respond to the existing and emerging challenges to international peace and security. Under-Secretary General Lacroix and the DPO have made a significant contribution to the evolution of policies in UN peacekeeping. Pakistan is and will continue to be closely involved in building an effective UN peacekeeping capability, including its police contingents. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ambassador, we thank you for adding to our knowledge through your address, highlighting Pakistan's contribution to the UN.
We would now like to invite the Special Coordinator on improving the United Nations response to sexual exploitation and abuse, Mr. Christian Saunders, on the stage for his welcome address.
Under Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, Mr. Khurram Agha, Secretary of Interior, Ministry of Interior, Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Monsieur Lacroix, Under-Secretary General for Peace Operations, United Nations, Ambassador Akram, Permanent Representative of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan to the United Nations, Assistant Secretary General and Victims' Rights Advocate, Ms. Nasif Palma, Commissioner Shakar, UN Police Advisor, Brigadier Sitieni, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, good morning. Let me commence by echoing USG Lacroix's thanks and gratitude to Pakistan for its long and unwavering support to the United Nations and to multilateralism, and to its police and military for their long service and commitment to peacekeeping efforts around the world. Today, as we commemorate UN Police Day, we reflect on our vital mission to maintain peace, security, and justice around the world, a world in turmoil. I have responsibility within the United Nations for addressing a sobering subject, a critical issue that profoundly impacts our ability to fulfill the commitments that I have just mentioned. This is sexual exploitation and abuse. And ladies and gentlemen, please don't turn off now thinking, this doesn't apply in my country, or this doesn't apply in my police force. Sexual exploitation and abuse, sexual harassment, sexual violence is endemic in every country in the world. And we need to acknowledge this if we are going to effectively address it. Sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment are violations that not only breach the trust placed in us by vulnerable populations, but also undermine the very foundations of our peacekeeping efforts. As members of the United Nations, be it civilian or in uniform, we have a solemn duty to protect the dignity and rights of every individual, particularly those in fragile context who are most susceptible to harm. The police play a critical role in this. I'm sure each of you here today joined the police force for very similar reasons: to uphold the rule of law, to protect people, and to make our countries and the world at large a safer place. While all sexual exploitation and abuse is deplorable, it is especially reprehensible when committed by those entrusted to serve and to protect. This egregious behavior doesn't just tarnish the reputation of our institutions, but it undermines our ability to serve those we are intended to serve. In fact, it erodes the very legitimacy of our being. Our purpose is to protect people, not to compound their suffering in places where they have already endured so much. When we fail to do this, the trust between us and the community, vital for building peace and security, is broken. It's a complex issue, driven by privilege and power and inequalities. As such, there is no magic wand or silver bullet when it comes to successfully addressing sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment. And there are many aspects to the issue I could discuss here today. However, in deference to the time allotted, I will limit myself to two. However, first let me take a moment to clarify the different types of misconduct: sexual exploitation, sexual abuse, and sexual harassment. They're all egregious and can happen to anyone at any time in any place. So, within an institution or between members of that institution and the local community. The first issue I would like to address is leadership. Leadership plays an absolutely critical role in preventing sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment. It establishes the tone and culture within an institution and within our peacekeeping missions. Intelligent and determined leadership ensures clear policies and a zero-tolerance position against such misconduct, protecting vulnerable populations, and upholding the integrity of the UN's mission. As leaders, we must foster an environment where accountability is paramount. This includes providing capacity building and resources to help officers recognize, prevent, and respond to potential incidents of abuse. The second issue I'd like to mention today is education. And I purposely speak of education and not training. The latter is often said to teach people to do or not to do, whereas education teaches them the why. Education is a powerful tool in our fight against many things, including sexual exploitation, abuse, and sexual harassment. By prioritizing education on this issue, we can cultivate a culture of respect and accountability within our ranks to better serve the communities we are entrusted to protect. To my mind, this needs to start not just as part of pre-deployment preparation, but part of a comprehensive education program for all personnel, commencing when young men and women first join the police force, and it then needs to be refreshed at regular intervals throughout their careers so that it becomes part of the DNA of every police officer. It also needs to encompass things like gender, human rights, child protection, as well as protection from sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment. We must ensure that every member of our forces understands what constitutes sexual misconduct. This clarity must include clear reporting pathways and the requirements and consequences of such actions. Ignorance is not an excuse. It is our responsibility to equip every police officer with the knowledge to recognize inappropriate behavior and to report it without fear of reprisal. Education must also extend beyond our internal people. We must engage with the communities we serve, fostering open dialogues about rights, protection, and the importance of reporting any misconduct. This not only empowers the community members, but it also builds trust, a cornerstone of effective peacekeeping. By building trust, we can dismantle the stigma surrounding these issues and create safe space for reporting misconduct. Another vital component of our educational efforts is empowering bystanders, or as they're now called, upstanders. An upstander is defined as those who speak or act for what is right. We need to cultivate a culture where witnessing inappropriate behavior is met with action. Educating our personnel on the importance of speaking up and intervening when witnessing inappropriate behavior is absolutely crucial. Silence enables abuse to persist. When we create an environment where every individual feels empowered to act, we build a formidable barrier against exploitation. Finally, as we implement these educational initiatives, we must commit to continuous evaluation and improvement. Gathering feedback from both personnel and community members will allow us to refine our approaches and ensure that we're effectively addressing the needs and concerns of those that we serve. In conclusion, as we honor UN Police Day, let us reaffirm our unwavering commitment to protecting the vulnerable and eradicating sexual exploitation and abuse and harassment from within the ranks of each of our police forces. Let us stand united in this mission, ensuring that our actions reflect the values we wish to uphold. Together, through determined and committed leadership and comprehensive education, amongst other initiatives, we can create a culture of respect, accountability, and safety. I thank you.
Under-Secretary General, we're grateful for the contributions that you have made on such a pressing issue.
We would now like to move forward to invite the United Nations Victims' Rights Advocate, Ms. Najla Nassif Palmer, to please come on the stage for her remarks.
Assistant Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Excellency Secretary of Interior, Aga, USG Lacroix, USG Sanders, Ambassador Akran, Commissioner Chakran, police commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here with you today. To serve and to protect, that is the vocation of the police. The United Nations police work to prevent and detect crime, defend and protect human rights, maintain public order and safety, help build strong communities, strengthen the rule of law, and develop capacities. I want to commend and thank you for your dedication, competence, sacrifice. Your work is fundamental to advance peace and security. As the victims' rights advocate, my mandate is to prioritize the rights and the dignity of the victims of sexual exploitation and abuse by United Nations staff and related personnel in peacekeeping, humanitarian and development settings. I am aware that you have actively contributed to the prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse, but as we all know, we still have victims of these scourges. Unfortunately, some personnel, both uniformed and civilian, working under the UN flag, cause harm and trauma to those they were supposed to protect. The victims must always be our highest priority, and we need to translate this common obligation into practical actions. I am fully committed to ensure that these victims will have a voice, assistance, and justice, because this is the essence of the victim-centered approach, which is the principal pillar of the UN strategy to prevent and respond to sexual exploitation and abuse. We must focus on the rights, safety, wishes, dignity, needs, and well-being of the victims. In 4 countries, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, Haiti, and South Sudan, senior victims' rights officers perform my system-wide role in the field. They are often the first point of contact for victims, and they coordinate their support and assistance on the ground. Victims have the right to be respected, heard, protected, and receive assistance and support. They have the right to seek justice and accountability, to be informed about their cases, and to decide how they wish to be involved in the process. They also have the right to legal remedies, privacy, confidentiality, and to complain about the treatment they received. Sexual exploitation and abuse can cause stigma, trauma, negative impact on communities, and compromise the mission's ability to build trust among the local population. Trust that it's essential to the fulfillment of their mandate, that is protection of civilians. The voices of victims are silent by fear of retaliation, insufficient protection, lack and crucial information about their rights and the available reporting pathways. Their needs and wishes are overlooked in the design of the response, further isolating them. Your role in fostering protective measures is vital. Working together with national authorities is essential to ensure that it's a clear understanding on how to address the needs of the victims of sexual crimes. Victims' assistance is severely underfunded and insufficient, resulting in a fragmented system that provides inadequate and not timely support. Many victims lack essential medical and psychological care, as well as crucial resources for child and livelihood. Basic needs such as food, safe shelter often go unmet. Knowing where to refer victims and the available services is essential. The access to justice for victims is hindered by slow, complex, costly process that lack a victim-centered approach and do not align with the sexual exploitation and abuse framework. Investigations and disciplinary and judicial proceedings are often neither timely nor focused on the victims, resulting in insufficient accountability for perpetrators. Victims face challenges due to a lack of legal assistance to address the complexity of paternity and child support claims, including the recognition of a father's nationality of the child. And unfortunately, it's sad to share with you that we have almost 500 pending paternity claims related to uniformed personnel. They are children that have needs and dreams. The systematic impunity further complicates access to remedies to victims like reparations and compensations. And here I would share with you just some practical recommendations to help you to implement the victim-centered approach in your work. As head of police components, you are responsible and accountable for the conduct of those under your leadership. Victims should always be in the heart of the prevention and the accountability efforts. And I encourage you to adopt this victim-centered approach. Regarding prevention, training must also include parental obligations during pre-deployment sections. Risk assessment must incorporate the specific risks faced by potential victims groups. While many victims are women and children, it is essential to remember that others include displaced personnel, individuals with disabilities, members of the LGBTQ+ community, and older person. I encourage you to also identify and designate focal points for victims' rights within your office. And you can work in close collaboration with senior victims' rights officers, CDT colleagues, and PSCA coordinators in the missions. My office and we are committed to support you by providing essential advice and guidance on the rights of the victims of sexual exploitation and abuse. We have a specialized website, Victims' Rights First, when you can find valuable information, including a training module on victim-centered approach. I am dedicated to empowering you with the knowledge and tools necessary to navigate this challenging journey. Above all, we must work together to place the victims at the center of our prevention and response. The victims must always come first. Thank you.
Assistant Secretary General, we're humbled by the invaluable initiatives taken by your kind office.
We would now like to invite the Chief of the United Nations Integrated Training Service, Mr. Harinder Sood, on the stage for his remarks.
Mr. Sood, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Khurram Agha, Secretary of Interior, Under Secretary General Lacroix, Your Excellency, Ambassador Munir Akram, Under Secretary General Saunders, Assistant Secretary General Palma, Police Commissioner Shakar, Mr. David Harry, Director of the Division of Policy Evaluation and Training, esteemed colleagues, brave men and women of the police services, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor for me to be here and to have the opportunity to address this August gathering. It is my first time at the United Nations Police Day commemoration, as well as at the annual conference of the International Association of the Peacekeeping Training Centers. I have just taken over the Integrated Training Service 10 days back. And I have to thank Mr. David Harry for his forward thinking that I could be here in such a short time. At the outset, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Pakistan and in turn, the Center for International Peace and Stability for hosting these two events and for its kind hospitality. Being in Pakistan has a special significance for me. Both my revered parents were in Pakistan at the time of India's partition in 1947. In fact, the province of Punjab, to which I belong, remains a province both in India and in Pakistan to this day. I'm grateful to Police Commissioner Shakar to have enumerated various ways in which the Integrated Training Service, in close cooperation with the Police Division, has been delivering training for the individual police officers as well as the formed police units of the police contributing countries. As you know, the Integrated Training Service, or ITS for short, is responsible for the direction and development of peacekeeping training materials and offering guidance to member states. To achieve this mandate and keep abreast of the ever-evolving nature of peacekeeping, ITS has over the years adopted innovative approaches to training with assistance from our colleagues across the Secretariat and other UN entities. We are proud that ITS plays a pivotal role in developing specialized, mission-tailored training programs that reflect the realities on the ground. The credit for this, of course, goes to my predecessor and the ITS colleagues, then to me. And we are very grateful to all our member states and partners who provide us support in this regard. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, UN police has emerged as a critical element in peacekeeping, bridging the gap between military interventions and civil instability. Commemoration of this UN Police Day is a testimony to that. Effective police officers need to be more than just enforcers of the law. They must also be mentors, community protectors, and advocates for justice. So they not only need to be equipped with the technical skills, but also with the cultural awareness, integrity, and empathy required in the sensitive environments in which they serve. Besides, if we wish to put in place nimble, agile, and effective operations, good training is a fundamental prerequisite. And that is what ITS aims to deliver on a consistent basis. As the new Chief of the Integrated Training Service, it is my priority that we continue building on the excellent foundation that has already been laid in our training systems. I intend to highlight only a few of our approaches to enhance effectiveness, engagement, and adaptability in peacekeeping training. Firstly, given the present-day threats emerging from misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, and hate speech, ITS, in conjunction with our colleagues, has developed a reinforcement training package for the pre-deployment training of personnel contributed by the countries. It was approved by USGDPO, Mr. Lacroix, in August 2024, and the first two training of trainer courses are scheduled for March 2025 in Austria and July 2025 in Switzerland. Secondly, we have also developed a reinforcement training package for force protection. This will improve the defense plans of the foreign police units and their convoy management skills. These will not only help in lowering the unit's vulnerability to harmful actions against them, but also preserve their tactical freedom of movement to conduct their mandated tasks. We have rolled out 3 training of trainer courses for this so far this year in Italy, in the Republic of Korea, and in Hungary. I take this opportunity to thank our wonderful host nations for their support. These packages also benefit the senior leadership at all levels, and I encourage the police contributing countries to attend such courses. Thirdly, towards digital transformation, the increasing use of scenario-based exercises for both operational and strategic level courses is another way ITS is improving training. These are interactive scenarios that challenge trainers to navigate complex peacekeeping situations, and these are presented through various mediums such as role-playing exercises, multimedia presentations, and online platforms. Fourthly, ladies and gentlemen, since training police services to protect vulnerable populations, especially women and children, is central to peacekeeping, we recently started a women's military peace operations course in coordination with UN Women, and we plan to develop a similar one for police. Our aim remains that by 2028, we are able to have 20% women in formed police units and 30% as individual police officers. Fifthly, following the environment strategy for peace operations, our Department of Operational Support colleagues have developed a number of guidance and best practices documents, as well as capacity building initiatives with us. These include in-mission training for contributing countries' environmental focal points, an environment module in the core pre-deployment training program, an environmental awareness generation package translated in 12 languages, and a pocket card summarizing the duties of peacekeepers in environmental management. Sixthly, with new training requirements resulting from the development of the police training architecture program that Commissioner Shakar mentioned, there is a need for coordination, deconfliction, and facilitation of police peacekeeping training and capacity building activities. We are mindful that some police contributing countries might be unable to meet the new job-specific requirements on their own. So to ensure that they have access to training opportunities, we have the Light Coordination Mechanism, LCM for short, as part of ITS. This mechanism, on recommendation of the Special Committee for Peacekeeping Operations, supports the police division and the police contributing countries in coordinating and facilitating training partnerships. In fact, 3 years after the first police-specific meeting of the LCM, we have scheduled another in-person meeting focused solely on the police capacity building providers next month in China from 4 to 6 December 2024. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, as you will appreciate, deployment of trained personnel is a priority for the United Nations, as well as for the member states and police contributing countries who support us in this regard. In the future, international policing assignments will increasingly feature requirement of numbered United Nations certificates in a given specialization. This should help in ensuring that the right individuals and units are trained on right skills and are deployed at the right time to make a meaningful difference. In closing, I wish to once again thank our member states and partners who provide us with invaluable support. And we look forward to working closely with them, their police training centers, and other partner organizations to meet the needs of peace operations. I thank you.
Mr. Sood, we are thankful to you for shedding light on training services aspect, which is a very important part of the United Nations' entire enterprise.
We would now like to invite the International Association of the Peacekeeping Training Centers Executive Board Police Chair, Colonel Arrigo Gareffi, on the stage for his remarks.
Colonel, the floor is yours.
Yes. Ministry of Interior Secretary, USG for Peace Operations, Ambassador, Police Advisor, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and police officers. It's a great honor to address you today as we gather on the occasion of the UN Police Day to discuss very relevant subjects and topics of critical relevance in the current global security landscape. Among them, I recall the future of peace operation, understanding the effects of environmental and climate challenges, the technology advancement and its applicability on training program, the info integrity nowadays so relevant and mainly consisting in countering the misinformation, disinformation campaign. Overall, the peacekeeping domain is facing overcoming new challenges. More and more, the focus turns around the ability to analyze large amount of data related to conflict or destabilized situation, mitigate the information risk that follow, ensure accountability, and preserve and consolidate public trust in an age of asymmetric threat. In this framework, the role of police services and law enforcement bodies in absolving the sensible policing and stability policing effort is paramount. Being able to navigate information landscape affected by misinformation is also conducive and essential for an accurate and timely crime analysis, not anymore doable in a traditional way. In order to guide the responses and inform the conduct of operational activities, developing a proper intelligence-led policing framework. Enhancing also the force protection in situations where peacekeepers are targeted. Counter attempts to put discredit on the mandate implementation and peacekeeper conduct and reputation. Our world is marked by conflicts and challenges that transcend national borders. Fragile states, marked by weak governance, systemic corruption, and social inequalities are at the center of global instability. These internal problems, when unaddressed, spill over into regional and even international crises, manifesting as transnational crime, terrorism, and mass migration. This is where the police component, as part of a broader stabilization architecture, proves its indispensable valuable. The unique capability of stability policing lies, finally, in its dual role, maintaining public order, security, while rebuilding state legitimacy. It's fill the so-called security gap between military intervention and civilian efforts to restore the rule of law. Unlike military forces, stability police units are specifically trained to engage with civilian population, mitigate internal threats, and lay the foundation for long-term peace. They serve in this way as a bridge between emergency response and lasting recovery, establishing the condition for sustainable governance and security. Yet, we are reminded of the challenges we face in implementing these missions effectively. In Haiti, for instance, the international community sought to restore law and order through peacekeeping mission that included a robust police component. However, despite effort, the country continues to grapple with governance issues, crime and instability, demonstrating the limitation of international intervention when faced with entrenched political and social fragilities. Similarly, we must reflect on the sobering lesson from Afghanistan, where the failure of international police training and stabilization effort contributed to the swift collapse of government structure upon the withdrawal of foreign forces. Despite significant investment and numerous police training programs, the inability to establish a resilient and independent national police force in Afghanistan underscores the importance of sustained, context-sensitive approaches to stability policing. As we reflect on these cases, it becomes clear that the police component must not be seen as a mere adjunct to military operation. Stability policing requires deep integration within a comprehensive approach to post-conflict recovery. One that addresses the root causes of instability, also using cultural awareness and supports institutional development, fostering local ownership. COESPO is at the edge of this challenging arena, and the combined effort with strong partners, among which we should recall the United States Department of State with its constant support, and the UN, in this case particularly UNPOL and ITS, with which we have developed substantial synergies. It is here important to remember hosting the Certified Instructor Development course in 2023 and 24, the successful certification of COESPO instructors by the UN during the same period, and last but not least, the delivery of job-specific training for the end user by UN certified instructor at the COESPOs. In closing, let us remember that the success of stabilization efforts rests not only on our ability to maintain security, but also on our commitment to strengthening the social and political fabric of fragile states. In this era of global interconnectedness, stability policing is not just a tool of intervention, it is a key to rebuilding peace. Thank you.
Colonel, we are grateful for your remarks from the International Association of Peacekeeping Training Centers and Center of Excellence for Stability Police Units Perspectives and Standpoint.
We would now like to invite the representative of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Mr. Carl Boucheron, on the stage for his remark.
Mr. Carl, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, Secretary Minister of Interior, Police Commissioner, Under-Secretary General of the Department of Peace Operations, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished guests. My name is Staff Sergeant Carl Boucheron from Canada, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I'm currently in charge of the Operations Support Team for Canada Police Operation Program, meaning that I supervise a team to select and recruit police officers in my country to do specific jobs in UN missions. Once they're selected, we prepare them in pre-deployment training for their specific jobs. And then we equip them. So this is my team. It's truly an honor to speak today on the UNPOL Day. I'm also a veteran of 3 peacekeeping missions. Today is our day. It's a day to highlight the critical role of the United Nations Police in fostering peace and security worldwide. And it's also a time to reflect on the sacrifice that have been made through the year. Yes, we lost many colleagues over the years. Canada is proud to support the UNPOL Division Strategic Initiative. Today, I would like to share some of the ways that Canada is actively contributing to those essential programs. One of the key commitments is to the all-women pre-selection assistant and selection team. It's called the PreSAT. This initiative aims to empower women police officers to actively participate in UN peace operations by providing them with the skills they need to succeed. Through the PreSAT program, the candidates are trained and assessed in core areas that mean including language proficiency, report writing, driving, firearm, all that to prepare them for the SAT testing. From September 2023 to January 2024, Canada conducted 4 PreSAT courses across Africa: Zambia, Niger, Djibouti, Rwanda. The result was really encouraging. Around 300 women participated in that training, and the majority had success. Increasing the success rate equals more women in peacekeeping mission. And women, as you know, in peacekeeping mission is paramount. These achievements underscore the tangible impact of Canada's support in preparing women for peacekeeping operation. Even if some of these women don't succeed, their experience is rewarding and has a lasting effect on their career. Effect and confidence building and empowerment. I experienced it firsthand when I was deployed as an instructor for PreSAT training in Benin a few years ago. It was unbelievable how the women were grateful for us to go all the way over there and to share our knowledge and our expertise. In addition to the PreSAT project, Canada is dedicated to strengthening leadership opportunity for women. And that's been done recently under the LC initiative. We have currently 4 Canadian instructors that were deployed in Zambia. They're actually on the flight back home right now. They were delivering leadership course to 25 Zambian police officers, women police officers. And I heard yesterday that was a huge success. This program not only enhances individual leadership skill, but also create a pipeline of future women leaders who can shape a more inclusive police service within their communities and also in peacekeeping mission. Canada believes that empowering women in command roles is essential for building a more effective and more representative force. Canada also plays a role in the UNPOL training architecture program. We have Canadian instructors who are certified to deliver job-specific training courses that meet UN standards, ensuring that peacekeeping personnel worldwide receive consistent, high-quality training. Last year, we deployed police officers in Argentina to deliver police mentoring, monitoring, and advising module. We have been proud also to contribute a training initiative by sending police officers to the UNITAR mission. We currently have 2 Canadians over there. We also have Canadians involved in the BNU mission, that's the Haitian mission. And through this partnership, Canada helps to ensure that peacekeeping forces are well prepared to address the complex challenges they encounter in the field. In addition to these training initiatives, Canada is committed in protecting the most vulnerable population in conflict area. As part of MONUSCO in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Canada has deployed specialized police teams. These teams are focused on combating sexual violence in IDP camp and in the community. This work is to improve the safety, provide essential support in mission area to the survivor, and strengthen the accountability within these communities. This mission is a crucial aspect of Canada's commitment to peace and security in fragile areas. In closing, Canada's commitment to supporting UNPOL's strategic initiative reflects our dedication to build a safer world. Through these initiatives, like the All-Women PreSat, the LC Initiative Leadership, the Leadership Training, and the participation in UNPOL mission, training architecture program, and the effort to combat sexual violence in conflict zone, Canada is proud to stand alongside UNPOL in advancing our shared vision of peace and security. I want to thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to share Canada's contribution and vision on this very important day. Together, I'm confident that we can continue to build a global future grounded in justice, inclusivity, and peace. Thank you very much for your support, encouragement, and dedication to making our world a better place. Thank you very much.
Mr. Boucheron, many thanks for bringing in the member state perspective to our discussion.
Respected delegates and participants, as a token of appreciation from the Government of Pakistan and the Ministry of Interior, we now request Secretary Interior, Mr. Khurram Agha, to present a token of appreciation to the Under-Secretary General of the United Nations.
Mr. Jean-Pierre Lacroix, please come forward to receive a symbol of thanks.
Respected members, this brings us to the end of the first session for the day. We would continue at 1 p.m. after a group photo followed by lunch.
We now request the participants to proceed for the group photo and lunch using the main exit at the back of the auditorium. Thank you. Dear colleagues, let's start the next session. Dear participants, welcome back. I hope that you enjoyed the Pakistani hospitality and the lunch.
This after-lunch session would be bifurcated into 3 parts. First, focus would be on women, peace, and security, followed by the relevant questions and answers.
The second part would pertain to police training updates from the United Nations headquarters perspective.
Last but not the least would be the question and answer session related to the police training, where we would encourage the participants to brainstorm and float their inquiries, resulting in meaningful discussions.
Let us start the Women, Peace and Security session by introducing our 2 key speakers.
So Ms. Helena Iqbal Saeed is a beacon of light for all the women across Pakistan, as she is the first woman Additional Inspector General of Police in Pakistan and has served as a police commissioner with the United Nations mission in Sudan.
Ms. Claudia Croce is leading the pre-deployment training and advisory team in the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, or UNITAR, and works closely with the Department of Peace Operations on police training matters.
We now welcome both the ladies to the podium to open the discussion on women, peace, and security, followed by a question and answer session.
A speech. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum, and a good afternoon to all of you. It is a privilege for me to be part of the UN Police Day, which has been organized in Islamabad. This day is dedicated to honoring the commitment and contributions of the UN Police in maintaining global peace and security. UN peacekeeping continues to evolve, and this necessitates a culture of prevention, mediation, collective engagement, and multilateral cooperation. My topic for today, as you all know, is women, peace, and security. The journey toward empowering women in peace and security has been arduous, marked by both milestones and ongoing challenges. In October 2000, the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 marked a historic breakthrough. The global community formally acknowledged that conflicts affect women and girls differently, and that their participation is essential for achieving lasting peace. This resolution introduced 4 core pillars: the role of women in conflict prevention, women participation in peacemaking and peace building, protection of women's rights during and after conflict, addressing women's needs in repatriation, resettlement, rehabilitation, reintegration, and post-conflict reconstruction. These pillars have been instrumental in shaping the women and peace and security agenda, with 9 subsequent UN resolutions reinforcing its objectives. These resolutions can be grouped into 2 categories. The first set promotes women's participation in peace processes, emphasizing the importance of their roles in peacemaking and peace building. The second set addresses the grave issue of sexual violence in conflict. It recognizes that sexual violence used as a tactic of war poses a threat to the international peace and security, and affirms that rape and other forms of sexual violence can constitute war crimes and crimes against humanity or acts of genocide. As Police Commissioner UNITAMS, my team and I ensured the implementation of police-specific policies, guidelines, and standard operating procedures, aligned with the Gender Equality in UN Peacekeeping 2010, Department of Peace Operations Gender Equality, Women and Peace Security Agenda 2020, and the most recent would be the Peacekeeping Operations Gender Responsive Strategy for 2024. During my tenure as Police Commissioner at UNITAMS, we prioritized the active participation of women in peacekeeping and peace building. This experience reaffirmed the crucial role women play in preventing and resolving conflicts. In UNITAMS, we supported the Sudanese police force through 96 capacity building activities, benefiting over 4,700 participants, including 1,251 women. Our efforts also led to the recruitment of 170 women, exceeding the previous gender threshold. As the first woman in Pakistan's police service to reach its highest rank, and the proud recipient of Tamgha Imtiaz, I remain deeply committed to women's empowerment. My time as Police Commissioner for the United Nations Transition Mission in Sudan was a continuation of this endeavor. Our strategy for transforming gender perspectives in policing focused on 5 key objectives: increasing women's representation in police forces, capacity building and training for female officers, role positioning and visibility, gender-sensitive work environments, promoting female networks. The lessons that we learned, my team and I, during our time at UNITAMS, firstly, women's involvement is essential. Peace processes that include women are more likely to succeed, as women bring a unique outlook focused on reconciliation, human rights, and community well-being. Training and empowerment. Investing in women's training and leadership yields lasting benefits across peace and security efforts. Prioritizing the protection of women's rights, we must ensure robust legal frameworks that protect women in conflict zones and hold perpetrators accountable. Gender-sensitive approaches to peace building. Peace efforts that account for the distinct impacts of conflict on women and men are most effective and sustainable. And lastly, collaboration enhances impact. A unity of effort is required between women, organizations, governments that strengthen the efficacy of peace-building initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we must look ahead. We must remain dedicated to fully realizing the Women, Peace and Security agenda. While significant progress has been made, much work remains to be undertaken. Let us ensure that women are not only participants, but leaders and role models in our collective pursuit of peace. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, First of all, it's a pleasure to be here today during this UNPOL Day, to be hosted during this important event. And what I would like to share with you is some of the work that UNITAR has been doing around the Women, Peace and Security agenda, and to make a call for all of us to get together and continue this important work that has started. In our work, we would like to imagine a world where every single police peacekeeper, independently from their gender, is equipped with the capabilities to perform effectively in their missions and to contribute to the peace and security of the communities that they do serve. What we have realized, though, is that in this pursuit, there are still several barriers, and these barriers are very true, especially when it comes to women. And Mrs. Said mentioned some of these barriers and some of the actions that have been taken. And as I mentioned, what I would like to do today is to explore some of the concrete steps that, as the training arm of the United Nations, we have taken to actually start moving beyond those barriers. Before I move on, just very briefly about UNITAR, Institute for Training and Research. And as I mentioned, we are the dedicated training arm of the United Nations. And our work is to build capacities that directly contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We serve directly member states, and we support member states in addressing the global challenges that they face. And as we have seen as we have heard in the presentations this morning, this has never been so true, with all the complexities and the challenges that are going on at the moment. Within the Division for Peace, within UNITAR, the Division for Peace, and specifically the Pre-Deployment Training and Advisory section, work to prepare uniformed personnel for the missions that they will entertain while on mission. And we equip individuals and institutions with those skills that are necessary to support peace and security activities. What I would like to present to you today is an initiative that we started in May 2024 in partnership with the International Police Peacekeeping Operation Support Program, also known as IAPTC, around the Women, Peace and Security agenda. And we organized together a pivotal workshop on women, peace and security in police peacekeeping. This was an event that was hosted by the Nepal police in Kathmandu. Is a workshop that brought together 31 representatives from 19 police contributing countries. And we were honored to have with us a representative from the UN Police Division and UN Women as well. The objectives of the workshop were threefold. On the one hand, we wanted to assess the current state of the women, peace and security in police peacekeeping, to identify gaps in women participation, and also to gather critical insights to guide our future endeavors, specifically from those that are directly concerned, from the women peacekeepers that are directly concerned. And very briefly, some of the findings that we had during the workshop. We divided the findings in three sections. Findings related to pre-deployment, deployment, post-deployment, and specifically leadership. When it comes to pre-deployment, we noticed that female representation is still relatively low. All in all, we count about 12%, which poses significant challenges if we are to meet the UN 2028 gender parity goals. Why this is why the percentage is still so low? One of the elements that the participants in the workshop pointed to is the lack of targeted recruitment strategies for women. While some countries provide preparatory training in areas like language, driving skills, firearms, very few have systematic approaches to training. Very often, training focuses on transferring knowledge. In some cases, we provide skills, but capabilities are more than that. Capabilities are also motivation, are attitudes, but are also opportunities. And that's why we like to work with member states to look at the overall frameworks that will allow the women participation, the increased women participation in peace operations. And not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of the type of deployments and the quality of the deployments. Another issue that we found during that preempt women for stronger participation is about family support resources. These vary widely across countries. While some countries offer comprehensive support for families, others have not such provisions, which have actually an impact on the decision of a woman to be deployed or not. When we look at deployment reality, the situation is that once deployed, women are still frequently assigned to roles based on gender stereotypes. So we see very often that they are placed in positions related to child protection, administration, rather than in core mission roles. And while there is absolutely nothing wrong in women being placed in such position, the participants strongly stated the fact that it should not be only those positions. There should be availability and accessibility of all types of positions within the mission. During the workshop, we heard a strong call for more gender-sensitive support within the missions. Many female officers feel unprepared for the cultural and contextual challenges that they do face, and highlighted the need for better pre-deployment briefings and in-mission briefings on different subjects. And then to link to the presentation that also the Undersecretary General Sanders made this morning about the importance of preventing sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment, participants in the workshop stressed that this is an issue, and this is an issue that needs to stop, and we need to do everything that is possible to prevent it. While there are protocols that address those issues, there is the need for awareness and enforcement of those protocols. And there is still, officers needs to be encouraged to report incidents, and there should not be fear of retaliation. When it comes to post-deployment, reintegration practices are very much inconsistent. So while some countries provide some form of medical evaluations upon return from the missions, this is not a systematic approach, and mental health support and gender-specific medical care remain largely overlooked. Informal networks in some countries help return women to their duties, but again, this is not a formalized support, and there is their need for more effective reintegration strategy, information sharing and knowledge sharing upon return. Finally, one element in relation to leadership is that leadership advancements remain still very challenging for women. We have an excellent example with us today, and we hope that this becomes more the norm than the exception, but there is definitely the need to encourage women to take on leadership role and provide them with all the capabilities that are necessary for that. In terms of the future directions, so we are pleased to announce that we will be hosting a follow-up workshop in December 2024, thanks to the support of the United Arab Emirates. And this workshop will also be in partnership with IPOS. And the objective of this workshop will be to create, develop programmatic solutions, securing donor support, and enhance coordination among all stakeholders. There are so many, not only UN entities, but also member states and other organizations that are working on this topic. The resources are limited, and for us it's very important to get together and make sure that we maximize and we utilize at the best those resources. So, during this workshop, we have, in view of this workshop, we have already identified 6 priority areas that very much link also to the priorities that Mrs. Said mentioned before. The first one is about establishing a global network for women in police peacekeeping. developing leadership training tailored for women peacekeepers that not only look at some knowledge and skills, but also work on motivation and creating opportunities for women, creating gender-sensitive pre-deployment training, designing a gender-focused electronic application for seconded police corps, establishing SOPs for a gender-sensitive deployment cycle, and finally, strengthening mental health and sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment prevention initiatives with a gender perspective. For us, this workshop is yet another strong step forward towards advancing the Women, Peace and Security agenda. And we are very grateful for the commitment that has been shown by so many member states, and we hope to have an even larger participation this year. We have really the opportunity to shape the future of police peacekeeping and ensure it's inclusive, resilient, and effective for everyone that is serving in this service. And I encourage each and everyone in this room to join us in this effort. Thank you very much.
Dear panelists, thank you. Thank you so much for the invaluable dialogue. The floor is now open for the questions and answer session on that particular topic.
We request the participants to raise their hands so that a microphone is passed to them. And you can ask the question at your turn. The humble submission is that kindly introduce yourself before asking the question. Thank you so much. Sure.
Yes, please. Okay, before the questions and answers, 2 observations from Commissioner, please.
As there's a team visiting from New York, and I have spent time in the mission on ground, so I need to just make a few small observations. One, that we need to shift our approach to a specialized one, and especially based on best practices as well as specific skills required for mandates on ground. And the member states need to accelerate deployment times and increase their investment in training the officers they send to the field. And most importantly, pre-deployment induction and training. We want an early and easy access to the UN training systems and platforms. Those are not available, especially when we are in our home countries, we can do most of that training here. But then when we are on ground, we are supposed to be wasting our time doing this training, which actually doesn't amount to anything at the end of the day. So I would suggest that the team has a look at them when you're devising these training programs. Thank you.
Thank you again, madam. Yes, please, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you giving me the floor. Ms. Helena, thank you so much. I worked with you when you took over from UNAMID to UNITAMS. So I worked with Mr. Taimuri. He was police commissioner in UNAMID, and then you took over from UNITAMS. I'm serving right now as Chief OSH, Occupational Safety and Health. And before that, I was Board of Inquiry Chief in UNAMID for 13 years. I have a couple of observations and points, but I will just ask the question about mental health. The last point you have mentioned. This is one of the very critical area, which according to Catherine Pollard, that in peacekeeping missions, we were very late to implement, while ILO, UNDP, or International Atomic Energy Commission, they have implemented. So I also would like to take this, pride that in MONUSCO, the OSH has implemented with uniform personnel, TCC, PCC, FPU, in OSH program. Because this is not only costing a lot of money to the organization, but also impacting the peacekeeper. A4P conference in Berlin also put on the top of the agenda about mental health. But it's a very little we are doing on ground. That's my one observation, especially when we are talking about the females. Secondly, you just mentioned about female participation in peacekeeping. Of course, is make a huge difference from gender equality to we move through gender parity. But what do you think that with the changing of landscaping of the peacekeeping missions in future, how you are going to reformulate or redesign your training for the female peacekeeper? My other observations are, which is a question for everybody, including for DPET, that in my 24 years field work, and I have been in e-duty station entire my life, which I don't understand three things in the UN. One is on duty, off duty, definition. Secondly, is mission related or not mission related. And third, POC. When a peacekeeper, no matter is a male or female, will understand that they are the fighting force or they are the peacekeeper, and what is the definition of POC. Last one, pre-deployment training is key for the peacekeeper. If the set selected somebody and they go to the mission and they don't know how to drive, how to use the firearm, this is a big challenge for the senior leadership in UN headquarters when, again, the anti-UN sentiment or other things is increased or fueled by the act of our peacekeeper or their personal skills which doesn't meet with the peacekeeping requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear panel members, you want to take the question one by one, whoever will be responding? Yes, maybe you can start responding, yes. Claudia, please.
Okay, thank you very much for raising these points. I will try to be as brief as I can. So the first point, thank you. The first point on mental health. We mentioned mental health with relation to female peacekeepers, but you are absolutely right. That's an issue that concerns all peacekeepers, irrespective of the gender. We are lucky enough that there is a resolutions about mental health for peacekeeper that has been adopted, and there is a substantial work that has been done in New York by our colleagues from DMOSH to develop a comprehensive implementation plan of the resolution based on the mental health strategy. So there is a lot that is coming in the future months, and as you know, this is also one of the subjects of the next UN Peacekeeping Ministerial. So it's still a topic that is not so widely discussed, but I think that there are enormous steps that have been done. On your question about redesigning training for female peacekeepers because of the situations on the ground, I would say we don't have to redesign training because we have women peacekeepers. We have to redesign the training because of the changing situation on the ground. Training, the starting point of training is, I want to improve the way you will perform once you are deployed. To do that, I need to understand what is that you are going to do, independently from whether you are a man or a woman, identifying those tasks, and those tasks have no gender. And you have to train everyone equally to be performant on those tasks. So it's not just about adapting your training because you have women peacekeepers. It's first understanding the complexity, what that complexity requires a response, and prepare everyone for those responses. And then, of course, you will need to adapt your training depending on the audience, but you have to do that independently whether you have a man or a woman in front of you. On, is the UN a fighting force, a protecting force? I may not enter. This is a debate that probably we can discuss on for the remaining of the week. Technically, the primary purpose for being deployed is the protection of civilians. So it's definitely a protective force. Now we know the situation on the ground has changed and the mandates have changed. To what extent you draw the line, it's very, very challenging for anyone who's heading a mission to make the appropriate decisions at any point in time. So it's not, I don't think it's a question that can have a straightforward answer. It's more like something open for discussion. And lastly, you mentioned about the importance of pre-deployment and what if someone that gets to the ground doesn't have some of the basic skills. That, again, is part of how you are going to design your training. You have to acknowledge that at any given point in time within a mission, you have you have personnel from many different participating countries. And every member states come from different preparation levels. So you have, at the moment you start your training, your pre-deployment training, to understand, are those prerequisites met already, or is there additional work that needs to be done? The bottom line is that the purpose of pre-deployment training should not be about passing an assessment test. Let's go well beyond that. The purpose of pre-deployment and preparing for the assessment, the pre-SAT, should be to enable people to perform effectively once they are deployed. That's what is the most important part. It's not just looking at, I'm passing the test, so it's fine. It's a long-term process, and pre-deployment, the preparation is not 1 week, 2 weeks, 80 weeks in the case of an FPU. It's a long-term preparation that leads you into the mission, but then also you have to look at, for those people once they come back. So it's a long-term process. Thank you.
I just want to add an observation, mostly observations I have. When you say these words, respect for diversity, I find that you program yourselves to respect diversity within the organization, but you do not embrace the diversity of the country you are going to. So at times, there is no gender parity at times. I went to a Muslim country, luckily I was Muslim myself. We don't go about hugging men in public, whereas my Western counterparts did not understand that diversity. So I would like you to keep that in mind. When you talk about respect for diversity, please imbibe the culture of the country you are going to. There seems to be a disconnect there. And especially there's a disconnect when you come up, you have one of the best paperwork, rules and regulations, but there's a disconnect between ground realities and the New York headquarters.
We'll move on to the next question.
Yes, Annika, please.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Annika Hilding Norberg. I'm head of Peace Operations and Peacebuilding at the Geneva Center for Security Policy. So first of all, I would like to thank for a fantastic, very informative and instructive briefing here on raising the importance and value of women police peacekeepers by the Assistant Inspector General, and of course also with the challenges related to make even further progress by units and of course some of the plans moving forward. I would just like to say, because of course one of the things you mentioned was that gender parity is still, the goal is still far ahead. At the same time, I think it's very important, especially since we have many female Pakistani colleagues and also international police peacekeepers here, to highlight there's been much progress that if you unpack the gender parity goal at different levels, especially at the leadership level, gender parity has been achieved. And not only that, in the peacekeeping world, UN policing is doing considerably well. So there's lights ahead of you, all of us. And so I think there's a lot of progress being made, but of course in this situation we want to focus on the challenges and how we move forward on them. But also finally, I'd also like to pay tribute to Pakistan, because I've had a privilege of working with Pakistan for a long time. I've been there many times. And I must say, comparing to 10, 15 years ago, when there was only a handful of women joining this type of conversation, now I've been given great briefings by a number of young and also not so young, like myself, female police peacekeepers, just this lunch, and so just great that it's making such progress, and I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you, Annika. Thank you. The next question, please.
Is it on? Yeah. If my UN leaders allow me to take off my UN hat and put on the Norwegian hat just for 3 minutes, thank you. My name is Ann-Kristin Kvilekval. I'm a Norwegian police officer, but I'm now serving in the United Nations. But what I say now is from my Norwegian police service. I come from a police service, and we have 52% women within our education, the Norwegian Police University College. So from the student sides, we are good. On the operational sides, we are missing them. And why do I want to say something from the member state side, is that United Nations Police is not more than what we can offer the United Nations Police. So if we, member state, try to get more female also into operational duty back home, then United Nations can also get those women. For 2 years, I was leading a project to do pre-AMS training with some member states, together with police division. I also supported Canada. And in one member state that we trained, we were tasking for 50 female, and this is a huge contributing country. And it's a contributing country who sends a lot of police officers. We trained 50, and that country had a challenge to find and identify 50 female police officers to come to the training. And then it's not a UN problem, it's a member state and the organizational problem back home. So for us, the member state, to be able to give the best of the best, and those who want to and can go to the mission, we back home need to do our homework. We need to get this institutionalized back home so that the females is not only working in maybe administrative side, but also we need those operationals and the community-oriented police officer out there. So I think from the UN side, my first UN mission was long way back ago. I have gray hair, so you see I'm old. Until today, it's like day and night. We have come far. We have a lot of good training opportunities now. But member states sitting in this room, let's do our homework a little bit back home so that we have more to send to the UN police. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann-Christine. I suggest we take the last question, please, because we'll have more opportunities for Q&A during the next session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask the question last. My name is Benga Isaac Uni. I work for the United States Institute of Peace, USIP. I'm the training lead for pre-deployment training. And so I wanted to pick from what Madam was saying. So how can the UN, because Claudia, you talked about a lot of opportunities and training, how can the UN move from advisement to TCC to enforcement? For example, you give them suggestions, we need a number of women in training, but they don't meet those quotas, because sometimes we go for pre-deployment training, you go to some class, you see just one female officer, 2 female officers in the class, and so, but we said at least 20 to 25% female officers. So how can the UN move from advisement to enforcing to ensure that those women, not just selecting women to come, but qualified women, because they are available, but sometimes, like you say, some of the stereotypes and some of those issues abound. And Sarah also talked about POC. The truth is, a lot of peacekeepers don't understand what is protection of civilian. Even the mandate, they go on mission. So during training, we see them struggle with the concept, because the line between active combatant and civilians participating in active mission is becoming difficult and difficult. So how can we simplify those terms for peacekeepers? Even C, sometimes we talk about sexual exploitation and abuse and harassment. How do we break those terms down to them? Not just the commissioned officers, a lot of those guys that interact with the communities and all of this. So how can we improve on that? That's just what I wanted to ask, because we see it when we go. I work in Africa and Asia. I support pre-deployment training, and I see people in my class, already from the class, you know, when they go for mission, there's going to be difficulty out there. So how do we improve on those curriculum, making it simple for them to understand, but also ensuring that TCC members country abide with the UN regulations? Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, please, Claudia, go ahead.
Yeah, I will skip the second one. We have one more week to talk about it. Just one point to stress the importance what Ann-Christine was mentioning, but also what you were mentioning. We talk today here about the Women, Peace and Security agenda. We talk about deployments of women in peace operations. Deployments of women doesn't start with the peace operation. There is a systemic work that needs to be done within member states to make sure, first and foremost, the women join the services and then can be deployed, that they have a career progression within their national services. And that's why when I was talking, I was mentioning we need not only to ensure that they are knowledge transfer, skills transfer, working on motivation. There needs to be opportunities. There are some countries that do not have the policies in place, that do not have the infrastructure in place. How do you expect that they deploy for peace operations? Within their own national services, this is not yet there. Can we enforce that? We cannot. A member state is sovereign, and a member state will take their decisions. What we can do, and that's the does, is beyond even the deployment to peace operations, how can we support a member state, the security institution of a member state, to reform and to provide this space for everyone to participate equally and to be prepared equally. So it has to take a systemic approach. Those challenges that I was talking about, you can absolutely take them and apply them at the national level, are exactly the same challenges. In some cases, even bigger, because there is this cultural stigma about women joining the forces in some countries. So there is a massive work that needs to be done before we can get to actual peace operations. Because otherwise what you get, it's only numbers, and we don't want numbers. And enforcing in a training, you have to have 30% of women, you get numbers. We don't want numbers. We want everyone can participate equally. You don't want the 30% just to sit behind and be a presence. They have to be part. So that's a big, big work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the speakers for contributing to this topic on women, peace and security. We now request the speakers to take their seats so that the next session could start. Thank you so much.
Our next session is dedicated to the updates on the police training from the United Nations Secretariat standpoint.
Since Mr. Dennis is part of the esteemed panel, we request him to take a seat with the other speakers to address the participants. Ms. Anne-Christine is an active police officer from Norway, seconded to the United Nations Secretariat Integrated Training Service. Ms. Catherine works for the Light Coordination Mechanism team in the United Nations headquarters. Mr. Dennis is the training focal person in the United Nations Police Division.
Yes, I think I am the one should start. Now I put on my UN beret. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear police colleagues, as I said, my name is Ann-Kristin Kvilekval, and I am a serving Assistant Chief of Police from Norway. I'm now serving proudly with the Member State Support Team in the Integrated Training Service in UN headquarters. My first presentation here, and then Mr. Dennis will continue, and then Katarina, is just an update from ITS on the pre-deployment and where we are right now, and hopefully we can look into the future with the help of you, the member state. Firstly, I want to thank Pakistan to host today's and the rest of the week's UN Police Day and the conference. It's already very successful, so very well planned and conducted, and I'm looking forward to this week. All right, let's see. So if we have the presentation, all right, perfect. Okay, for those of you who don't know, the Integrated Training Service, we are in the United Nations headquarters, and we have 5 teams. And also we have an administrative team in here. I belong to the first one, the Member State Support Team. Katarina belongs to the Light Coordination Mechanism, so she will speak later. Our role is to strengthen and the sustainment of mission performance through provision of training. Many of you who do pre-deployment training, you have already get to know this training material. We are working closely with the police division in the training architecture program and the rollout of these trainings. The specialized training material for police was signed and was rolling out in 2021. Let's see if this is working. Yes, this one. So this is rather new, and we have already completed 10 train-the-trainer courses with 198 national officers trained. It's both, the package is both in English and French, and we are hoping that with some support we can have STM train of trainers also in the near future. There is a need, as you know, to train police officers so that they could do the training back home. That's the aim of this. And we also know that officers are deployed. We know that they change the job back home, so we need constantly to fill the gaps. Also, you see the core pre-deployment training material. As we speak, it is ongoing, the renewal of it. It's very close to be done. So in 2024, this will be rolled out. So please, member state, follow the news, and please sign up with the instructors to support us on the train of trainer when the CPTMs are rolled out, so that you can take this material and use it back home. So our pre-deployment training is, of course, included in the whole training architecture program. As previous was mentioned, that this is an ongoing training. It doesn't stop with only the CPTM and the STM. But this Dennis will come back to and cover more later. So for you who are familiar with the old STMs, the new ones are very much aligned with the strategic guidance framework. They are fully Karana scenario-based exercise. Karana scenarios has been there for many years, but was mostly ready for military training, but now it's also for police training. And I must say, from a pre-deployment training site, I use this back home in Norway more and more, and it's a very good package, and I hope that you also will use it more and more. It's good to have this scenario, and you can play with it as you want. So, our training portfolio, and I just covered the police side. So this is just the police, and when you go into our Peacekeeping Resource Hub, you will find all the materials for militaries as well, many courses for the military colleagues. I just want to highlight the reinforcement training package. We have two new ones. One is the force protection, which was mentioned by Chief ITS. This is a 2-week course for military and police together. So it very much are aligned with what the leadership conference in Brussels a couple of weeks ago talked about, integration. That we can train together because in the mission we will work together. So this force protection reinforcement training package is also available for all of you. It is a planning, and I was together with my military colleagues just a couple of weeks ago in Hungary to do this, and it was very interesting. We had very good discussions, and I could see both the eyes of the military colleagues and the police colleagues were, during the 2 weeks, they were, now I understand what the others are doing. So it's a very good package, and I really can say that this is something you should look into. It was also been mentioned, oops, wrong. Miss these male and hate speech issues that we are facing in the mission. And of course, we are facing it back home. This is not just a mission issue. It's already now on our Peacekeeping Hub, a package, training package ready. You can download and use it, and please do. It's also for police and military together. For those of you who are not familiar with our training website, just Google it. I know that many of you do Google every day. Why not Google the Peacekeeping Resource Hub? Here it is. You will find pre-deployment training, in-mission training, functional training, and a lot of policy and guidance. Then you do as the young one, you click further, and here is the STMs that we have. This is for Foreign Police Unit. This is for the UN police officers. It's in English, Arabic, and French. Everything is there. All the sessions, all with the Karana scenario. Just go online and please use it. If there are any questions, you will see on the Peacekeeping website, you will see contact details for us in ITS, and we will, of course, support you as much as we can. And here are the reinforcement training package. I mentioned the MDMH and also the force protection. A lot of, again, training package ready for you to use. So what is next? Raise the hand, those of you who have the answer to this question. I don't. What will be around the next corner for us police officers, home or abroad? Use of virtual reality in training. Maybe we can embrace this. The equipment might be expensive, but I do believe when we first have a package, we can reach a lot of participants. Artificial intelligence. It can be used in a very positive way and help us. It can also harm us. How will it look like for us in the future? And what do we need? How many of the police officers in this room, which I can see are, I guess, over the age of 20, are very qualified in the new artificial intelligence? We have to realize that the young generation coming after us, at least I speak for myself, they are much better in this, and we need their help. We need their help to understand the future. For sure, we will have more complex crime. There is no border anymore. The criminals don't see border. They use it. What about the community trust and the lack of trust? We all know it could be ended in one operation, fly, and in 5 minutes, but it takes maybe generations to build the trust again. How can we work within the United Nations, within the community-oriented policing program, to enhance our trust and to support our colleagues on the ground, the host nation police, so they still have the trust in the community if it's there? What will be the need? If anyone has some good ideas, please email us. We will look into it. For sure, we need new reinforcement training package for the future. We have to be prepared, ladies and gentlemen. And we need your support. Without the member state, we are not that much. So please, we will support you, and please support us also in the future for all the training we have to do. I must say that being part of the training architecture program and the rollout of the job-specific courses since 2019, we had a lot of meetings during COVID time. remote, and you know how difficult that is. And to see in this short time how far we have come, together with Police Division, with UNITAR, with UNODC, with all the member states, that we really have come a far way in this program. So I know that we can do it because we have shown it. And it's not ending there. And for sure, Dennis will continue to show the job specific and the outline of this.
Thank you, dear Anne-Christine. I'm also double-headed like you. In my capacity of the master of the ceremony today, I promise you soon the coffee break, okay? From the perspective of the speaker, I will try to make it fast, so you'll just meet it soon. But I still want, of course, to talk about the business, which is our police training business. Yeah, out, yeah. And our training business is training architecture, because what we're doing in the police division, unlike in our colleagues in integrated training service who are properly mandated to do the training, in the police division, I'm the only focal point for training. So this whole program, which we developed back in 2019, was actually designed to put all of our heads together. Back in 2019, those of you, some of you who were there at that time, in the workshop in Brindisi in June 2019, and you may recall that the whole idea was, with all the limited resources we have, try to brainstorm how better we can fulfill the main two goals of the program. The goal number one was to make sure that the people who have heard about SGF, about our main policing doctrine, are familiar with it. This is the goal number one. They don't only hear about that, they know what to do based on the SGF. And number two goal was how to make sure that these people whom we are training will be properly deployed and will be fulfilling the tasks which are actually given to them. So to deploy proper people, to make sure that they are performing the tasks in accordance with the trainings they received. So since 2019, I think we were making some good progress. And of course, starting with SGF, just to remind all of you one more time, I'm sure the group is familiar, but our strategic guidelines framework for international policing includes all these elements here. It starts from the shared of understanding of the main policing documents. It should be included in all the job descriptions. The people whom we are deploying should understand what is expected from them. And my last slides will be exactly about the figures, how well the people understand what they're supposed to do in the field. So, already mentioned here, UNITAR colleagues, thanks Claudia, thanks for those from UNODC and OHCHR who were contributing to this program. 73 member states, it's not that bad. I would say that we really attract a lot of attention. Commissioner Shahkar was talking about this morning. And a lot of member states presenting here were part of this program. So we've heard from Canada, we've heard from COESPA today, we will hear, I'm sure, from Germany, we'll hear from the US, we'll hear from other member states, Pakistan, etc., etc. We are working together in this joint endeavor. We really try to achieve what was mentioned in the beginning. SGF, shared understanding, and people know how to implement SGF. So what we are trying to do in the police division is to focus on the projects number 1, 2, and 4, because Anne-Christine already mentioned program 3. So we developed the new course, which is now mandatory for the police officers all across the globe when they deploy to the field. And Commissioner Shahkar also mentioned that SGF online course became mandatory. It was placed on the UNPOL website, UNPOL assessment website. So now there is no way the people, the candidate, will go to the mission without basic knowledge of SGF. Because this training is actually linked to our deployment process. As a part of our deployment process, the recruitment officer in the police division headquarters click the button, The link is being sent to the candidate. The candidate has 2 weeks to complete the course. The candidate, upon successful completion of the test, finish the test, and the information automatically goes back to the recruitment officer. So it took us 3 years to make it, what I just described in 1 minute, okay? 3 years of work to make it happen. But, you know, it worth it because at the end of the day now, all the candidates will take at least the basic course and be familiar with the basic understanding of what is expected from them in the field. SGF is our main thing, main doctrine, and people should be at least aware, and we'll be talking about how well they should be aware now. The development of job-specific training materials is our core business for the last couple of years. And I hear Commissioner Ounamid, thank you, Madam, we're talking about the specific skills which need in the field. It's actually the main topic we're trying to work on now. We're trying to make sure that our job-specific training, which was developed recently, is available for the member states, is available for the candidates, and we'll be talking about this later during our last session, how we want to make sure that it's happening. Now look at this pyramid, very basic. It is one of the core ideas of the training architecture. We want to make sure that like in any other police organization, be it in Pakistan, in Russia, in Norway, Zimbabwe, Zambia, US, whatever country, the system of professional growth is built. We want to make sure that all our candidates receive the basic training, right, as you see here, CPTM, STM, mentioned by Anne-Christine. We want to make sure that our candidates, if they deployed in the capacity of community-oriented policing advisor in South Sudan, are aware about the basic of SGF and the knowledge of the community-oriented policing manual, which is actually part of our job-specific training. Community-oriented policing online module is available now, and community-oriented in-person module is available now. And I will be talking about this later on. So, back in 2019, those of you who have been there remember this wonderful graphic. It took us also about a year to develop it. But these are the main areas we're trying to concentrate on when we're talking about job-specific trainings. We are deploying 55 categories of IPOs. 55 categories of individual police officers are deployed to our field operations. So out of these 55 categories, we identified the 9 priority areas. We merged those in the 9 categories. And since 2019, we're working on at least, 7 of them, as you can see here in this table. And we made really good progress in terms of the 3 modules which were already designed, tested, and the certification process started. What I mean to say is we have now community-oriented policing, capacity building and development, and monitoring, mentoring, and advising courses. For the last years, we certified instructors from the member states, and all of these certification courses use the same methodology. With the help of UNITAR, we present the instructor development module, and then we certify people in the specific areas, one of those 3 courses. We also have the online courses, which is prerequisite to this training. That's how the system should be working, and it will be working, I'm confident, in the nice future. I was talking about the courses. So I think most of the countries presented here were part of these courses. We run, during the last 3 years, a total of 16 courses, and these are the list of the trainings. And we're very grateful for the countries which were hosting these courses, including, of course, COESPU, who Colonel Garefi was talking about this. I cannot mention all the countries who supported us, including, of course, Germany and Norway and US. All the other countries were either contributing us, supporting us financially, or hosting these courses. So Commissioner Shahkar mentioned there will be 2 more certified instructors development course in the early 2025. Romania in French language, the second training in French, and the course in Egypt. This will be also coming. So the point is that the core business of our training architecture is to make sure that all the member states has a pool of the certified instructors. So it is now a total of 220 certified instructors from 61 countries. For the last 3 years, 2022, 2024, we certified 220 instructors from 61 police contributing country. And just to make sure that we're talking about certification, the pass rate in these 16 courses was an average of 69%. So we were taking these certification courses very seriously. So people were failing this course if they were not prepared. 69% passing rate, 220 officers from 61 countries, and this pool of people are available to deliver the training for the, what we call end users, for the peacekeeping candidates. And our last session will be about Q&A, how to work on this. So I will now put the last 2 slides, and this is something which I hope will be linking to the next session on LCM. And this is something which I hope will be linking us to the last session on the Q&A and brainstorming. When we were talking about the delivery of the end users training, I think the role of the light coordination mechanism for police will be crucial, because we want to make sure that through this mechanism we can deliver this training for everybody, and people will be aware about this SGF. It's not only that they hear that SGF exists, they need to understand what practically should be done when they are deployed. On this screen you will see the most recent results of the UNMISS study, the United Nations mission in South Sudan. There was standing police capacity officers deployed there, and they made this research. It was about 60 officers responding. The result of this research is somehow promising, but I would call it glass half empty, half full. If you see on the screen, maybe just not that nice, but very familiar out of all these people is about half of the of the people who were responding, of the responders. Meaning, half of our people are aware about our strategic guidance framework. Half of the people know that the SGF exists, and they respond that they know, they're very familiar with the documents, they know what is expected from them. My problem when I look at this document, when I look at this slide is, it means that the other half of the people don't know what the hell we're doing in the peacekeeping operation. Right? Sorry for my French. My point is that we still have a long way to go, because if people believe that they're not familiar with SGF, it means they don't know what are they doing, practically speaking, in the missions, because all the answers to these questions are in the SGF. They should simply perform their mandates based on the SGF. So it's our task, I think, collectively, to make sure our people, our police peacekeepers are prepared and they can do it. And the last slide from my side would be this sort of optimistic view on what we can achieve with the training architecture. People were responding, what are your biggest challenges, right? So when you're saying that you have problems with the SGF or maybe with some other, tasks being implemented, how can we help you? And I think in that sense, more than half of the people were saying that we can actually teach them in applying the SGF. This we can do with training, right? We can to some extent cover the cultural barriers in our training, and we can of course improve the continuous training. This is something we can do with our collective training efforts. But of course, we keep saying training is only part of the performance. We cannot, address all the performance challenges with the training. But to the extent possible, we can do it, and I think we should do it. Katarina, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. This is the last session that's standing between you and the coffee break. So please bear with me. I know we've had a very long but very informative day. And it's my pleasure to talk to you about the Light Coordination Mechanism, what it is that we do, and how we support the implementation of the police training architecture. So as I was already introduced, my name is Katarina Watzek. I'm a political affairs officer with the Light Coordination Mechanism in the Integrated Training Service. So who are we? Our purpose is the facilitation of training and capacity building partnerships for military and police in order to improve performance and safety and security of peacekeepers. So some of our core activities are, as I said, facilitation of training partnerships and capacity building partnerships, so bilateral or multilateral. And when we talk about capacity building, then we talk about equipment, financing, training infrastructure, and logistical support. Okay, so that's our definition of it. We're here to address short and medium-term needs, so we're not looking at the strategic long-term generation of forces, but we're looking at what is being needed right now, either by TPCCs who are currently in the process of preparing their personnel or who have currently deployed personnel in the missions, and they have identified a specific training need, an equipment gap, or something else that could be addressed by a partnership. And as Dennis already mentioned, we're here to support the rollout of the police training architecture. And how we do that, I will explain to you in a little bit in more detail. To continue, we're also looking at identifying innovations and best practices that member states are doing in the preparation of their personnel and to encourage them to share these best practices with others. And we're also supporting member states in the forming of regional cooperation networks for training and capacity building. There's one already in existence, that's the RELACOPAS network in Latin America and the Caribbean, and my colleagues in New York are supporting member states in Southeast Asia and Central Asia on similar initiatives, and in the Pacific. Yeah. And with everything that we do when we are facilitating training partnerships, working with member states that are providing training to others, one of our core mandates is also to make sure that those member states are using the UN training standards and what they deliver is in line with the latest UN training standards, and they're not delivering something that is their own standard. So how does it work in practice? We kind of have three ways of how we get our tasking. We are part of the performance agenda. So here we support our colleagues who are working on performance and evaluation of performance. For example, the force commanders and police commissioners in the field, but also several teams at UN headquarters, like the Office for Peacekeeping Strategic Partnerships or the Military Performance Evaluation Team. These are the teams that do performance evaluation of currently deployed troops in the field. And if there's an issue, a performance issue within a TPCC that lends itself to a solution that could be a partnership, then we are one of the tools at the disposal of the USG to help address this performance issue by, for example, partnering the TPCC up with another partner to address the performance issue through training, for example. Then TPCCs can come to us directly and say, we need something, we have a training gap, we have an equipment gap, can you please help us find a partner because we're not in a position or we don't have the resources to meet this need ourselves. Then we try to find them a partner who would like to work with them. And we are working with the capacity building providers. The Chief ITS mentioned we're going to have a capacity building providers police meeting in Shanghai in December. Here we are working with those who have the resources and the willingness to provide training and capacity building support to others, and we help them to sort of target their support to where it's most needed and has the most impact. We have several information sharing tools that we have developed for member states. So one that we launched in January of this year is the LCM online system. So this is a secure online platform where member states can upload their national peacekeeping related training and capacity building activities, both for police and the military. So we opened this for registrations in January. So far we have 48 member states and institutional partners who have registered. In total, 257 registered users. There will be a campaign now starting again in December to encourage all the registered users to upload their activities for 2025. And I have to tell you and encourage you that we do not have enough police training activities logged in the system yet. So those of you who are users, I'm looking at Germany over there. No, I don't want to point fingers. Please encourage those colleagues that are registered users and who are in charge of uploading your training activities to please do so. So this will help us, to do our mandate of deconfliction, to see is there any duplication of resources, but also to see who what does what, and where are possibilities for partnerships. Something I will only tease here, because Herbert, the team leader of the LCM, will launch this or present this in more detail on Thursday in the main conference, is a new feature that is coming shortly in the next couple of weeks. Within the LCM online system, we have built something new called the LCM Marketplace, where member states, registered LCM OS users can post offers and requests, okay? So it's a marketplace for offers and requests of training and capacity building activities. Let's say you are looking for a specific training for a specific topic, or you are looking for a trainer that you want to invite to come, or what? Yeah, better? Sorry. You are looking for a mobile training team or a venue, then you can post this request here in the marketplace. At the same time, if you are offering something, let's say you have training courses that are being run in your country, you are inviting international participants, you can also post this here. And this is a platform where member states can then directly engage with each other on these offers and requests of support. And how it works, I will leave to Herbert. The Deployment Review mobile app is something that was launched 2 years ago. So this is a mobile application that was developed together with member states to encourage or support TPCCs in collecting and sharing lessons learned and operational experiences. So this contains a methodology and templates on how to become learning organizations. So the idea is here that currently deployed personnel can use the mobile application to collect their experiences in the field and then to feed these back to headquarters, to their training institutions, so that they can find entrance into the training and preparation of the future personnel, so that they start collecting and using and sharing their own lessons learned. Okay? And the template that we have in there, or what that were initially developed, were from the perspective of contingent commanders, both for police and military. And a request from member states that we heard several times was that this should be done, or there should be a template in there that is specific for individual police officers. So we have developed something, a draft for this, and I will show it to you shortly. That is not finalized yet, so we have a first version. We would like to encourage and invite member states who have similar processes at home to share those with us. So if you are, encouraging your returning officers to fill out some kind of end of deployment report or after action review or anything like that, and you would be willing to share that with us, please approach us. We would be happy to take that into account and read from you. And we are also looking for support from member states once this is finalized to maybe translate it into different languages. You could come to us and say, we want to have it in Dutch maybe, or in your own national languages, then we would be willing to work with you to make that happen as well. And this would be then in the end uploaded into the mobile app. I have to quickly step out and show you the template, so I'm just going to change from the PowerPoint real quick, so I'll be right back. Sorry, they're working on it. There we go. Okay, thank you. Could you scroll up a little bit? So we just wanted to quickly show you what is in this template that we developed. Administrative information is not very important, but basically we are asking, and again, this is a template that we give to member states to use for their own national purposes, so this is not a reporting template to the UN or the mission or anything like that. But basically, the questions that we have here are, how was your pre-deployment phase? What kind of training did you receive? How effective was your pre-deployment training? So kind of a self-assessment and self-reflection for the deployed IPO. Which aspects of the training were helpful for your deployment, which weren't so helpful? What other support did you receive during the pre-deployment phase? Then we ask, what specific function were you deployed into? You can keep scrolling. Describe your function, and then we basically ask the deployed person to reflect a little bit on the challenges that they encountered. So what were significant challenges? How did they deal with those challenges? Were there any best practices in how they dealt with these challenges? What solutions did they seek, and what did they successfully implement to address them? And then lastly, we look at the few cross-cutting issues. For example, what kind of in-mission guidance and training did you receive? But also, sorry, could you go back? Because we were discussing women, peace, and security earlier. We have one question in here, specifically for female officers. Did you experience any challenges and obstacles related to your gender? You know, for example, what kind of tasks were you assigned? And so on. Thank you. I think we can go back to the, yeah. So again, this is something new. We're finalizing right now, and this is basically our appeal to you to work with us in finalizing this and rolling it out into the app. And if you don't have the app yet, we will have a booth as of Tuesday, I believe, in the Ideas Bazaar, where you can come talk to us. We will show you how to download the app and how to use it. Okay. Just very quickly, what are the police-specific activities that the LCM has been doing? So the LCM has been around for about 5 years, and we have been expanding to police starting 2 years ago, and started with several kinds of activities. One is a police capacity building providers group, so these are member states that are active in providing training and capacity building support to others. We meet in a hybrid mode because some people are at headquarters in New York, some are in capitals, every 4 months roughly, to discuss who is doing what, how can we support each other, how can member states work together in providing support to others. And as I said, we will have an in-person meeting, 2.5-day meeting, to discuss all these issues in person in December in Shanghai. And then we are also in the business of facilitating different partnerships for police. So training partnerships, for example, where member states have opened their national pre-deployment training to internationals. They are receiving international trainees. Facilitation of mobile training teams. Germany, for example, pledges every year to deploy up to 4 mobile training teams per year on a list of specific police topics. And we're also starting slowly to work on equipment partnerships for police, although, as you can imagine, since only the FPUs deploy with equipment, these are not, you know, we haven't had that many requests yet in this regard. Okay, here are just a few of the examples of the partnerships that we have facilitated in the past. But I want to go now to the final topic, which is the support that we lend to the police training architecture, as mentioned by Dennis. So as he said, our role, and this is also a role that was requested by the Special Committee for Peacekeeping, is that we support member states and the police division in basically the rollout of the police training architecture, in the sense that we coordinate and ensure equal access to end-user courses, job-specific end-user courses. So that means that although we have this pool of 200 trainers in 61 PCCs, those countries who do not have the resources or the trainers to run these trainings themselves, and we know there are quite a few of those, they can come to us and we will help them find a partner that can meet this training request. We are doing this right now in 2024 in a pilot mode, okay? So a couple of these end user courses have been running, and I understand COESPU is also doing them, and also to international audiences. So we have been doing courses in Germany, Jordan, Fiji, and we have one mobile training team going to Uganda the week after the IAPTC on the 11th of November. And here we are, trying different approaches of how we can create this equal access to these training opportunities and gathering the lessons learned. So basically that means that in the next year, in 2025, we are ready to support member states with the coordination of job-specific end-user courses, either national courses or mobile training teams. I just want to quickly, this is my last slide, talk about the mobile training team approach, because it's something new and I think quite innovative and nice. So just to tell you a little bit of, as an example, this mobile training team that is going to Uganda. Here, Uganda approached me and said they had just done the SAT. They have 50 officers who were cleared for deployment, and they would like them to receive the new job-specific training. Uganda has I believe, 2 or 3 certified trainers themselves, but the trainers, they were certified in these courses that Dennis mentioned with 69% success rate, so it's quite strict to get the certification, but at the same time, they have never delivered the end-user training. So they are certified to do it, but they have never done it. So they asked for support. And also because the number of trainees is quite large, with their own 2 to 3 trainers, they don't have enough. So the audience, as I said here, are SAT-cleared officers selected for deployment. So these officers will be going to UNMISS, to South Sudan. Here we approached several partners who then said they are willing to facilitate this mobile training team. So we have 2 trainers from Norway, and we have also the IPOS program who is supporting with senior mentors, and we are also bringing in other African trainers from the region. So it's going to be a quite big training team. The financing for these mobile training teams is usually that we ask member states, that's why we call it also member state provided, to pay for the travel and accommodation of their trainers, while the receiving country is providing the training facilities, the trainees, of course, and helping with transportation as well. This training is special now because, as I said, the trainers have been certified, but all of them, let's say, are beginners in that sense that they don't have a routine yet in delivering these new job-specific courses to the end users, those who will actually deploy. So it will now contain a 1-week refresher by senior mentors, and these senior mentors are those that actually ran the instructor development courses in the first place, and they will give to all the instructors a 1-week refresher on the 3 job-specific topics that will be delivered by them to the end users in the second 2 weeks of the MTT. So it can be up to 3 weeks in total, but it could be shorter if you only want to cover one of the 3 job-specific trainings, or only monitoring and mentoring and one of the 2 specifications. Yeah, and all the coordination was done through us. So as I mentioned, and this is something for you to think about, the request reaches me, then I reach out to partners that I know have the certified trainers, and then we sort of puzzle it together in terms of financing. We do a terms of reference between all the partners that they have to agree on, have several coordination meetings, and so on. So this will be happening, as I said, in the week after the IAPTC, and then the people who are running this will actually come to our meeting in China as well, and kind of bring those very fresh experiences and fresh lessons learned from this mobile training team approach. Ooh, thank you. And to be discussed with other member states who are interested in doing these kinds of activities next year. Something is up. Could you just go to the next slide? Yeah. Short technical hiccup. Okay, here we go. All right, thank you. Whoops. All right, so how can we work with you? How can you partner with the LCM? Come to us. If you have a request for training and capacity building support, please reach out, or if you want to offer something, to other member states, please come to us. Then, as I said, we are running the LCM Police Capacity Building Providers meeting in Shanghai on the 4th to 6th December. So if you consider yourself a capacity building provider who provides support to other PCCs, you should consider sending a representative to that meeting. As I mentioned, the LCM online system, if you are not in there, please come to us, find out how you can become a registered user. It's a very secure system. That's why the registrations and nominations go through your government, through your permanent mission in New York. As I said, we will have the booth and we can talk about that in more detail. Yeah, and in general, my last message is just that we are here to support PCCs, and please come and find us as of Tuesday. Thank you so much. And now, questions?
We thank the panel for such an in-depth discussion on the topic of training. That participants are requested to escort themselves towards the refreshment arrangements for a coffee tea break. See you after 15 minutes for the last session. Thank you so much. We will see you back at 2:50.
Okay, dear colleagues, let's start the last session. Last but not the least is our co-hosting master of ceremony was saying. Okay, dear colleagues, first of all, it was our last session, and that is why I think we should one more time express our sincere gratitude for the government of Pakistan to the Pakistani police authorities. And I think we have in the hall the sort of the symbol of the representation of the Pakistan, Ms. Shabrana, who was co-hosting us today. So if you can just thank in her face all the people who were supporting us, because you can imagine that how difficult it is to organize this event. To the organizers of this event from the Pakistani police authorities, for those who were cleaning this room, who was preparing the technical, facilities, who were making all the logistical arrangements, who was meeting us in the airport, just in her face, please, one more time. Thank you, dear Pakistani friends. Okay, dear colleagues, the most informal part of this day will be the last session, which is actually aimed to brainstorm the way ahead, to discuss whatever was not discussed, because we have a lot of things to do in the future. We really want to understand how we can support each other. And I know that as a part of today's discussion, these issues were touched, including, for example, during the most recent session by LCM. And that is why I just want to make sure that we hear from our colleagues online. You see now on the screen the colleagues online. There were only a few of them, but that was actually the plan, because we understand that the time difference in many countries is difficult to reach. And we definitely want them to hear the discussion, and that is why thanks again to Pakistani authorities. First time ever in my memory we have the YouTube live stream. It's really amazing. Yeah, thank you. So, okay, without further ado, I just see some familiar faces on screen. I think a lot of us know Mr. Marcus Cornelius from the United States of America, the IPOS program. Marcus, I think we should give you the floor, because it's very, very uncomfortable to stay now in States, I believe, in the middle of the night and listening to all of our speeches. Marcus, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, just to verify, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Marcus, just a second. We don't hear you. Just a second.
Okay. Test. Test. Fiji, you can hear me?
Yes, Marcus, we can hear you. Great to see you.
I can hear you, so that's good news.
Go ahead, Marcus. Now we hear you.
Okay, good. We were just having a conversation with my dear friends from Fiji. No, thank you, Dennis, and thank you to the Pakistani police and the leadership there for hosting. And it is been 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. here, so hopefully I make sense. I have a couple of comments, but I think I can tie what Claudia said and Kristen and Katerina and Dennis into a couple of points that I hope are beneficial. For us, and so IPOS is the U.S. Police Peacekeeping Program out of the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement, INL, at the State Department. But to me, the most critical thing is communication and coordination with partners, and that's why the LCM has been such a great invention, and we use it quite frequently. And I'll use a couple of examples, and I think I'll talk about the future as well. So for example, the WPS event in Abu Dhabi that's being hosted by the United Arab Emirates in partnership with IPOS and UNITAR, we did coordinate that through the LCM. So UAE wanted to host the event, partnership with UNITAR and IPOS, and then we went through the LCM to get the invitation out to all the member states. And I think we're going to have 32 different member states, something like that, that are going to attend the event in Abu Dhabi in December. And so to tie into that, one of the comments, I think Ann Kristen made this about, you know, the challenge with SAT AMS. And one of the discussion topics there, and I met with the chief of SRS this week, is, you know, we're looking at pooling resources to do a regional pre-SAT and then tying in with SRS coming in immediately after to do the AMS. So for example, you know, Ghana is going to host it. We can, you know, the U.S. can fund participants from Liberia, Nigeria, the Gambia, other Anglophone countries to then go in there. And so, you know, informal agreement with SRS that they could potentially support 4 or 5 of those a year. So now we're going to start reaching out to LCM, reaching out to other member states, capacity building providers, and host nations to then host a regional pre-SAT and AMS. And so that kind of coordination is critical. Same kind of topic with what Ann Kristen mentioned about the STMs. You know, the U.S. also wants to support the STMs next year, but we would like to partner with other countries. So we've done it in the past, whether it was Nepal or Australia or whoever hosted it, and then we kind of co-funded it. So that one's not necessarily done through the LCM because ITS coordinates that directly. But that gets into the last point that Katerina was talking about, which is the end user training, which we're doing in Uganda next 2 weeks from now. And so we are also looking to do that 4 or 5 times in 2025 to partner with, you know, it requires partnership with the LCM, partnership with member states, PCCs, and then partnerships with SRS so we can do the timing of the SAT, AMS, you know, and then the pre-deployment training. So we're looking to try to do that with 4 or 5 different PCCs in 2025, and also partnering like we are here with Norway, with Germany, with other countries that are interested. And so we're hoping this first year as we're doing the pilot and we're trying to get some certified police officers into mission, particularly South Sudan, to support UNITAR's then assessment that the police advisor mentioned this morning. So we're trying to do that in each region. So we're looking at countries that are interested in hosting, and we'll kind of do this same format that Katerina mentioned, where us and other member states send in instructors. We do that 1-week refresher, then we do the actual training with the IPOs. Then those IPOs deploy to South Sudan or wherever, and then the UNITAR test case can be conducted, and we can have some data on how this process is working. I'll stop because I know there's probably a lot of questions, but anyway, if you're interested in hosting, whether it's a regional SAT, regional pre-SAT for women police peacekeepers, or you're interested in hosting an STM, or you're interested in hosting one of these regional end user trainings, we are also looking for partners for those events. So I'll stop there, Dennis.
Okay, thanks, Marcus. I'm just looking around in the online list if there is nobody else. I just want to highlight a few things which Marcus mentioned, and then if Katerina and Christine want to echo. So indeed, the reality for the next year will be that we will be more active in delivering the end users training. De facto, it was already starting this year, and I think we had here Germany who were running this, like Katerina mentioned. We had Fiji online. Also, Fijian colleagues were running this end users training in the pilot mode as well. And I'm looking also now at the Pakistan, because we're in this country. So in case Pakistan is interested to host one of these end users training courses, you also have the certified instructors. And with the help of, you know, the IPOS program and with the help of other certified instructors, we can do something in that direction, definitely with the help of, again, LCM, like we were just discussing. So anything else from the online colleagues? Okay, then, oh yeah, Fiji. Fiji, over to you, please.
Thank you, Dennis. Once again, good evening to you all from Fiji. Just wanted to take this time to, it's about 10 in the evening here in Fiji. So from Fiji, I just like to thank the UN training team, the UN training division, the UNITA, and of course the IPOS team that was here in Fiji conducting the first ever JST instructors training, where we were certified instructors, as well as we have conducted the end user training in 3 phases, where IPOS and the UN training division assisted us. And our officers are 24 officers. Out of that, 14 has been deployed to UNMISS, and they will be using this training and the knowledge they gain to be to the best to the UNMISS and to the local police, as well as the 10 officers that will be deployed on the December 4th will be also part of this capacity building and the COP. So once again, I'd like to thank all of you, and thank you for being part of UN Police. Thanks.
Thank you, Rakesh. Thank you, dear Fijian colleagues, because I think this is one of the example of what we call regional approach, what Marcus actually mentioned. Fiji were actually suggesting to run the Pacific exercise for the Pacific countries in Fiji, and that was done in the past. And now they have the certified instructors. Now they conducted in the pilot mode the end users training, and they were already deploying people, like Rakesh mentioned, to South Sudan. So in that sense, every country could do the same. In principle, the logic is there. You have a pool of certified instructors with the help of the partners from other countries, including the US or other governments. Through the LCM, we can do it. So that is one of the way ahead. Yeah, I'll stop here.
We do have a microphone in case somebody has a question, or if somebody wants to share something.
Yes, Herbert, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm Herbert from the LCM. I have a question. It's regarding the earlier presentation this afternoon and the presentation of Anne-Christine. Some of the colleagues earlier says that from the survey there was a lack of access to in-mission training and some training material. Another colleague from Pakistan also mentioned the access to training, but when I listened to your presentation, you mentioned the Peacekeeping Resource Hub, and thank you for going through it so we could see what was there. So it looked like it's all there. So what is the problem between this website and actually the perception that the courses are not available? Is it a question of language, because they are mostly available in English maybe? Or is it a question of bandwidth in order to download this kind of courses? I think if we could try to find, I think, how can we link A to B and answer this issue? Thank you.
Thank you. I just think that some are not used to the Peacekeeping Hub website, so they are not familiar with it. So that's my feedback from some of the member states as well, that they are not aware of it actually. So it's there, it's for everyone to use. It's just one Google click away. But again, I just think it's that they have never used it, and it's just lack of knowing it's there.
Maybe just to add that ITS also has a newsletter where all new trainings and everything are advertised, and if you go on the Peacekeeping Resource Hub, you can subscribe to the newsletter. So then you get both. You know where the website is, but you also get all the latest information in your email inbox, I think quarterly, right? And in our LCM online system, if you are a registered user, we are linking to the Peacekeeping Resource Hub as well. So we're trying to make sure people find their way also through us.
Do you have a question or
Just
the answer?
an answer.
Okay.
From our perspective, sorry. From our perspective, one of the requests that has been made is not so much in terms of lacking access to the pre-deployment or to materials, is more lacking access to specific training for a specific mission. The packages are generic packages, as they have to be, but then some officers are deployed to Sudan, some officers are deployed in CAR, before we had officers deployed in Mali, and what is really missing, and that goes to the point that Mrs. Said was mentioning before, is really understanding in which context are we going to be deployed, what are the dynamics, who are the actors, culturally, is there anything we should pay attention to? And is this lack of specific training before being deployed that has been mentioned? Definitely, like once you get in mission, you are in mission, you get in mission induction, and a lot of these points are addressed. But having this knowledge up front is very useful. And what we have done as an example with the foreign police units that were deployed to Mali before, we used to use Malian trainers to go and train the foreign police units in West Africa and explain to them, like in this area of responsibility, this is the culture, these are the actors, these are the dynamics. And that added an enormous amount of information to them. So it's more like not having access to the training, it's more like specifically for the mission to which they are going.
Is there any other question?
Good afternoon. My name is Meinolf. I'm head of a German police training center. Thank you very much for the presentations. My question goes in the direction of other colleagues maybe being as well head of training centers. Acknowledging the center of gravity for peace operations is sitting in New York, yes, but now I can only talk for the European Union. Of course, we have to prepare police officers as well for civilian GSVP missions from the European Union. And for example, we are talking as well about regional coordination, about regional hubs, how to help each other in Europe on trainings. So my question is, how much communication is between you guys and those which are doing, well, very similar work in Brussels or in Addis or elsewhere? Thank you.
No, I mean, Herbert can also add to this. You want to give him the mic? We went to Brussels in February for exactly that purpose. No.
That's true. Thank you. Indeed, we started this year, 2024, at the request of the EU representation in New York to go to Brussels and to start also understanding how they are planning their activities and try to also have them to understand what we were doing. And, you know, we don't want to be too ambitious right away. We start by knowing each other and starting planning, sharing information on activities. We also received a colleague from the Peace Stability Fund 2 weeks ago, and they were very happy to see us. It's a different kind of portfolio in terms of the amount of money. So, and we also have established a dialogue with NATO colleagues, not only on lessons learned and in structure like that, because we can't work, you know, they have their own activities. So we are starting. We have established a coordination network in other regions. In some regions, they didn't want it to have training because training was already taken care by other infrastructure. But when we are looking, for example, for a network in Southeast Asia, it's mostly going to focus on training. So it's really à la carte. Hope I'm helping.
comment here. Dennis?
Marcus, please go ahead.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I just have a comment to what Herbert was saying, and then colleague Meinhof from Germany was saying. I think the CPTMs, the STMs, and the RTP are on the Peacekeeping Resource Hub. The job specific are not there yet. I think the plan is to get them there, right? So maybe that's why they're saying some of the material is not there. But I would also say one of the things that I would hope we would do as a community is, and I don't know how to do this, maybe this is what ITS needs to do, but like, for example, Germany has a great SGBV course. We supported one of their MTTs in Bhutan, but you know, instead of every country developing their own SGBV, I would be curious if, you know, Germany can then send that to ITS, that could be adopted as a UN course, and then everybody can be teaching the same thing, or the UN can modify it slightly or whatever. But, you know, like I know UNITAR has a lot of courses. UNITAR, we were just working on the logistics course for FPUs. You know, is that going to be on the Resource Hub? I think instead of all of us having different training material, it would be great if we could consolidate it, and ITS can, you know, make sure we have a standard training package that we're all delivering. Just thoughts on that.
Thanks, Marcus.
Do you want to take the question, or is there an observation?
I just want to ask a question to complement my colleague from Germany. We PCP, we are on an EU Center of Excellence in the African Union. He asked about the relation between LCM and UNITAR and ITS division with Brussels. So I would like to ask, what about African Union? And you have, because I don't recall that there is much of connection. And as you all know, we as in the African Union, we are having a new area in peacekeeping with the EU PSO and so on. So I think I know that all discussions are more focused on financing this, but for us as a center of capacity building, I think what we lack is capacity building and training. So I would like to know more if you have relation with African Union and the PSO. Thank you.
I think just I can partly answer on behalf of the police division, because traditionally in the police division we have one particular course which we're working together with the African Union and UN office in Addis, which is the UNPOL planners course. This is a very specific course which we were trying to adjust for the needs of the African Union. And this is ongoing sort of discussion, so that is for sure I'm aware of. I'm leaving to ITS colleagues to respond because of course training is more related to them. If anybody from ITS want to take this question.
I think she has a question. If you could pass the microphone to her.
Yeah, just a second, maybe on that African Union thing. Anybody want to respond to that? Yeah, okay, Chief ITS, maybe just to respond to this question, and then I'm sorry for the confusion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think as far as AU is concerned, as far as the member states are concerned of the AU, they are already involved in the training that ITS does provide, right? Now, with capacity building of, say, AU itself in terms of peace operations, that effort is currently ongoing. So, in fact, just before I came here, there was an AU delegation visiting New York, and they wanted to meet me at short notice, but then another, critical thing came up, so they were unable to. But they did mention that when they reach back at Addis, they're going to possibly try and do it online. So that effort is ongoing to build the capacity of AU in this regard. And for me as Chief ITS, it would also be my, advice and recommendation to them that they create maybe a small little entity like ITS we have at UN headquarters, that maybe they might want to have something like that in AU, howsoever small they start with. So overall, I think there is effort going on in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that is the advantage of the networking in the conferences, Now you can talk.
Do you want to add to this question, or do you want to? No, okay.
Please, ma'am, go ahead.
My name is Shabana Kausar. I am UN SET qualified right now. Like I'm qualified 1 year before. I have two questions. The one is about deployment up till 2014 and 15. The deployment was very easy and it was a very quick process. But after 2015, maybe end of United Nations, maybe end of my country. But right now, from 1 year, we are 127 qualified UN SAT. And the question is that when will be the deployment? And the second question is that at the time of UN SAT, which came from New York, they asked us to fill the P11 form. But the form was a change. It was online form. But from National Police Bureau, Mr. Shahid, he helped us a lot about the filling of the form, because that form on a specific performer online. So we did that form 5 times, and after like a lot of efforts, we were able to fill up the form in a right way with the help of a ministry, with the help of National Police Bureau. And we are talking about the advancement of the training. Now we have 120 UN SAT qualified members from Pakistan state. All the training, if you give us a favor, all the training links, if you send to the National Police Bureau, they can share in the group. Then we, one by one, we can do these trainings online, and we can share the certificate, and then we will be more familiar about the advancement in United Nations. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, and I will try to respond to this question to the best of my knowledge, skills, and attitude. Let me please explain. You know, I wholeheartedly understand you being SAT cleared in my life twice and not deployed once out of these 2 times. At the same time, I'm very well familiar with the situation in the peacekeeping operations. And I think we were listening to the USG today, and he was mentioning that the situation from 2015, or when I started my police peacekeeping career in 1999, has drastically changed, right? So we have now how many missions in the recent years which were closed, right? I'm talking about Darfur, right? Huge mission. I'm talking about Mali, huge mission. I'm talking about, even if we mentioned, say, Kosovo, right? Many years ago, but still, on the top of our contributions, we were 10,000 plus IPOs, right? Now we're talking about only 2,000–3,000 IPOs per year. And the member states are at the same quantity. It's about 90 police contributing countries, right? So the political position of the headquarters was always to give equal chance to each and every country to participate in police peacekeeping. My whole police career, I was remembering, I was listening to this sort of mantra saying, the new emerging PCCs has always a chance, should always have a chance to, you know, to contribute. So in that situation, when from one side you have the shrinking list of missions and the expanding pool of the police contributing countries, you can just operate with what you can operate. And we have definitely the limited number of positions, and that is why, unfortunately, and I know very well, we have situations when countries have the SAT cleared officers who could not be deployed. I know very well the situation with Pakistan, because the ambassador who was here was meeting our USG Lacroix who was here, and I was the note taker of this meeting in New York. It was just before we were coming to Islamabad, about 10 days ago. And I'm just proud to say that I heard with my own ears how your opinion was expressed in a diplomatic manner between 2 seniors. It's actually, they are taking it their level, because it is, I understand fully, like I said already, your concern, being in the same position myself, but rest assured that your leadership is talking to our leadership very seriously, trying to resolve this problem. But if you honestly look at the situation in the long term, I think we have to change the approach, and the way I think spoke with Claudia and many other colleagues on all these topics today. We have to approach the change to the police peacekeeping preparedness processes and trainings. Why we need to go to the country X for clearing 200 officers? If we know up front that we will not be able to accommodate all of them, then why we just go there, make people stressed, you know, create an expectations which we cannot meet from the very beginning? So maybe we just go to this country and say, look, but we don't need 200 officers. Maybe you can pre-select 50 officers, but we will try to guarantee that these 50 people, once they are properly trained in the STM, CPTM, job specific, whatever, we will give you the guarantee, sort of course, to the extent possible, right? But we will accommodate these 50 people. This is the new reality we are facing, you know, and of course, sometimes it requires a lot of coordination. Sometimes it requires a political decision, either on the country level or in the headquarters level. But that is the best answer I can give you. I'm sorry if I was not very clear.
Does anybody else have a question? Okay, so this brings us, okay.
Sorry. Marcus proposed just before to look at member states who have developed their own training, for example, to complement something that the UN has not created yet. And so every year, almost, the LCM does a survey which asks member states, what can you provide, what do you do, what do you offer, what do you need? And we have actually someone right now in the team who's working on this survey, and I think just to catch up on Marcus' proposal, we will include a request about type of courses on where we can find those courses. And at least we will do a mapping. That says all what we will do. We will do a mapping, and after we will give it to ITS and police and military colleagues to have a look if what some member states have proposed is something that can be of interest. So we will do that, and we hope that in a couple of months we can provide some listing. We know that the Germans have a AFPU course on riot control or something like that.
That's the German military police, not you guys.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, the German
but yeah,
military.
which is not necessarily the UN standard, and they're offering that to others.
That they are offering, and it's not a UN courses, and we are still trying to look at. So I think it's a good idea, and we will include a few questions, and we will try to map what's there.
Yeah, thank you, Herbert. I think the idea of mapping was the core from the beginning with LCM, right? So how better to put the providers with the donors and with the recipients. So indeed, the proposal of having the survey and you know, coordinating it in a proper manner, that is very valid and absolutely, yes, possible. Anything else on that? Katerina, you want to add something to that? No? Okay.
If there are no more questions, this brings us to an end. And we are very thankful for your time, for attending the session. And for those who've been invited, the dinner is at 7:30 and the buses would be waiting outside the hotel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you. We made it before the official end of the session, right? But we're here to continue our talks. The conference has just started, you know, so thank you. Particular thanks for the online participants. Thank you.